Hello, everyone. It's Delt Lead, and we are back in Kerbal Space Program once again. We've got quite a bit of money, quite a bit of science, quite a bit of resources to work with here. There are two contracts for satellites that I have to knock out real quick. These will be relatively straightforward. Position Polsat 3 in adjusted orbit of Kerbin. Position Moonsat 1 in adjusted orbit of Kerbin. We have one that we are passively doing, which is to detect 3 comets with the Sentinel infrared telescope. Again, that should be relatively straightforward. We've got a bunch of potential contracts we could be taking. Bring a newly discovered Class A Class A asteroid into an orbit around Kerbin, which the Class A's are the small ones. Which is interesting. We have another contract to map 10 asteroids, which we'll pick up. That'll happen passively. Bring a newly discovered Class E asteroid into an orbit around Mimas. So now that we've got these telescopes up and we're scanning for asteroids, there are some contracts to do stuff with them, but we're not going to do that today. We're not going to do that today. We will eventually maybe do that, but we're not going to do that today. Instead, today, we're going to plan another mission to the moon. We have enough funds we can kind of go and do our own thing without having to worry about contracts. We have like a passive income basically set up to where we can continue to make money and fund missions that we're not getting paid explicitly to go and do, which is nice because that gives us some freedom to pursue separate interests. And that's nice. That's a nice thing to have available to us. I think the moon has some more secrets that it has yet to yield to us. And we're going to go and we're going to take those secrets from the moon by force if necessary. We've got a couple more technologies left in the lower branches of the tech tree. To upgrade the research and development last would be nearly 4 million. No, 3,380,000. Oh no, that's a lot of science or a lot of money. We don't have that kind of money, guys. We need to come up with some big bucks here. These orbital stations. Like 100,000. These are all garbage. Okay, well, we already took the contracts we wanted, so we're just gonna ignore those. Instead, we're gonna go and we're going to build our mission to the moon. Because I don't like any of those contracts. We're gonna do our own thing today. So, how's this going to work? Well, in the past we did a 2-stage ascent. And I'm debating whether or not we want to do that again, or if we want to do the direct ascent. Clocky Clock, welcome back to the live stream, my friend. I'm thinking maybe we do the 2-stage, or the 2-part, the rendezvous. Maybe we do a rendezvous. We could use the Mark II lander can. I like the Mark II lander can vice the MEM because it's lighter. And I trust it to have more fuel. I don't know, do we try a MEM and we just assume it'll get to orbit? Because I feel like I don't trust it to get to orbit, you know? Like, I don't think it's going to get to orbit. I question its ability to get into orbit 100%. No. Let's try this. Let's build out an Apollo-style mission. And see if it works. We're going to use the docking port juniors. Apollo to where? To the moon. To the moon. Or to Minmus. You know, we could go to Minmus. I would trust the Lunar Excursion module's fuel capacity on a trip to Minmus much more than I would a trip to the moon. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Actually, no, screw it. No, because I want to build a probe or a rover. So we're just going to do the direct descent. We're going straight for direct descent, right? We're not messing around with like short stacked crews. Let's do the Mark II lander can only. We'll put a probe on it. Probodyne Octo 2. And that's going to be our probe that does all the guidance and control. And maybe we have... that's too big. One of those bad boys sitting on top. Let's put some comms on it. We don't need much. Simple Communitron will do the trick. We will need some electrical equipment. Let's go ahead and open these doors for the two solar panels I'm going to put in here. And we're going to adjust these. Well, hold on. First, we're going to go two-way symmetry on it. I'm going to try that again. I don't want them quite that far buried, you know? We're doing direct descent. Green J New Origins, welcome back. Yeah, we're going to do a direct descent. I can't remember which guy at NASA was arguing against the Apollo-style two-stage lunar landing. But whoever that guy is, I agree with him. We're going direct descent. And then we're gonna rendezvous to recover these guys. We'll do a little orbital rendezvous to get these guys back. We're gonna have a scientist and engineer, no pilot. It's gonna be autonomously flown. So that's how we're gonna get over that obstacle. I'm gonna build out our science compartment here. Put a seismometer on the other side. And a surface scanning module over here. That'll be important. I don't think there's any other... Nope. Surface sample collection drill. Here we go. This guy is huge. Okay, never mind. Too big. That's staying off. That is a big engine there. Okay. We got this huge tank we can come down with. Do we have a good... I don't think a poodle is really appropriate for this mission. I don't think the cheetah really is either. Maybe the poodle is appropriate for this mission. What's the poodle's thrust to weight ratio on the moon, huh? We got the Delta V, I agree, but 12.17. Okay, that's actually not unreasonable. Landing gear. Here we go. One thing we might have to do and that I'm prepared to do is we'll throw some structural supports here to connect our landing gear to. And then we'll move these structural supports. You'll see how I do this here in a second. But we're basically going to pop these under the skirt. Like that. Yeah. Does that look alright? That gives us a good standoff on the engine bell. The only other question is then, does the ladder clear? Is this long enough? You can make it long enough. An intermediate ladder right there. That should actually create a nice, smooth walk down. Which might be the first time we've had a easy walk down on one of these ladders. We're going to add some lights to the bottom of this thing for good measure. I've changed my mind about my solar panel placement. Sue me. I'm going to put them on the sides proper. Just like that. Is there any other science I want to squeeze in there real quick? Just cram it in there? I don't think so. I don't think so. Got the comms equipment. I guess just batteries. Yeah. We'll have our batteries in here. Probably do 2. Well, 4 total. Scoot that up just a bit. Come on. Okay, that works. So batteries, solar panels. It is kind of overkill. I want the option to do a couple of hops, you know? And it's actually not done because we're going to add a total other thing here. We're going to add the SEQ-24 cargo unit to it. And then I got to add another Pegasus ladder with that. Because we're going to build a rover. No. This is just a heavy lander. This is not a lunar base. Far from a lunar base. This is just a heavy lander. Because we're going to bring a lot of equipment down with this. I'm bringing down a lot of stuff. So let's go into the cargo section. Right. Grand Slam, passive seismometer, Communitron, ground variant. All that good stuff. Probodyne experiment control unit. So we'll start with that. Well, let's just think. How many... So each of these generates 2 when deployed by an engineer. So 2, 4, 6. 1, 2. Right? I don't even think I can bring the weather analyzer. So I only need 4 to build out that base. Let's bring experiment kits. Let's bring repair kits. Let's go ahead and bring extra EVA fuel cylinders. So that starts us out right there, right? And that's nothing but the deployable science that will drop and the EVA experiments. But I want to build a rover on the surface of the moon. So we're going to need a rover body, the external command seat. We're going to need wheels, which I'm going to go with the Rovemax 1F. And then we're going to want to bring experiments with it as well. We'll need some electrical. Probably in the form of a solar panel and a battery. And then We'll bring an extra seismometer. Actually, we'll bring this one in because we're kind of running out of space there. We'll bring a second seismometer in the science bays up here, right? We'll bring that later. Is there anything else? That's about all you need to build a rover, a basic rover. Ooh. Scanning arm. We need the scanning arm. That's what we need. I'm going to take the solar panel out. Can we get away with a medium scanning arm? Maybe. Maybe if we're smart. No. Okay, can we get away with the light scanning arm then? Can we get away with the medium scanning arm and a smaller battery? Maybe? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we can get away with that. Because here's the thing. I can put everything else that I want on the ship itself, right? It's like, that's what I've got that I'm bringing with. But let's say I want those solar panels. I can just bring a pair of solar panels on the lander itself. And then I'll understand that I'll pull those off and put them on the rover somehow. Somehow, somewhere. Are we sending it to the moon or to Minmus? Well, that's a great question. I actually haven't really decided yet. One of those planets, probably. Probably one of those planets. We're bringing a radio antenna for the lander, just because. I don't think I need or want anything else, really. Can I fit a dome light? Can I fit 2 dome lights? Maybe spotlights instead. I think the rover needs some headlights, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think that's good for the mission, for cargo. Let's close the doors. Track the landing gear. Track the solar panels. So here's the lander all buttoned up. Okay. Coupling time. Let's look at how we want to attach everything. TD25 decoupler will be efficient. Sufficient. I don't think there's any reason to kind of deviate from that, really. And that'll do. So that's our payload. Now, we haven't really used the 2.5 meter fairings in a while. But we are today. Partially because I've been so cash constrained. It's just felt difficult to try and justify a big engine for a big mission like this. But I do actually feel like we can make this mission worth it. So, alright. This is our booster. We've got the skipper down here, which, let me look at the performance on the skipper. 320 in space. Not the best, not the worst. Switching up to the mainsail would not be worth it. And switching down to the poodle just wouldn't give us the thrust we need. So what we're going to what we are going to do is we're going to grab our liquid detachable booster that we built. My favorite booster. I'm going to wrap this thing with them. Actually, we're going to pull... Oh, not that. We're going to reconnect that. I'm going to pull this off. I'm going to ditch that. We're going to use the closer couplers. There we go. How's that look? How's that look as a design right there, team? What do we think? The same one from the shuttle. Yeah, I've been reusing this liquid booster for a while now because it really, really works. And I'm a big fan of recycling things that work. If it works once, it'll probably work multiple times in the future. Let's get the staging all squared away here. Yeah. All right. 6 might be too many, but we're still under 100k for this mission. And I think we'll get science out of it that'll be worth it. So, crew-wise, we're not taking Jeb, we're not taking Bill. We're taking people who have not gone very far. Matt Dorf, I guess, and Daphmore, who's been stuck on the she's been stuck on the orbital laboratory for so long. I think she wants excuse me, I think she wants a shot at it. A shot at actually doing a mission, a real mission, in her opinion. Do we like the orange body of the tank? Maybe just the white. It's fine. Alright. KSP Mooner Ranger 4. Save. Cancel. 5. Save. Mooner Ranger 5. And yeah, this will get to the moon just fine. Is this going to dock? No, it's direct descent, and then not even a return to curbing capability. Instead, we're going to go, and here's the plan. We're going to go to the space station. We're going to rendezvous with the station, but not dock. And then we're going to recover these guys from the space station. But I want my space station to kind of be the center of all of my missions now, where we are placing all of our science data at the station instead of just directly sending it home. That's my idea, at least. Alright, we're looking good so far. About at the thrust weight ratio I want. Let's look at our orbit view. Orbit looks good. Will there be a Duna flyby anytime soon? My brother, we have already got a satellite in orbit of Duna. In fact, that was the thumbnail of this live stream. If you clicked on it, you probably saw that we have in fact reached Duna already. I think we've got a mission to get some science data from around Ike, which we might use that satellite to go and do. And that would be about the last piece of science that satellite could accomplish realistically. Alright, booster separation. This is going to look sick. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at those boosters, man. Alright, they destabilize, and now they're going to all fall back to the Kerbal Space Center. It's fine. Let's go ahead and max out the throttle here. Just barely accelerating. Actually, sub 1 thrust to weight ratio with the skipper. Well, that's because they properly separated. That is the design of that system, you know. This skipper is kind of suboptimal, actually. We're gonna have to burn up for a while. For like a long while here. We've almost reached a 1-to-1 thrust weight ratio. There we go. Alright, now we can go prograde. Let's try and correct our inclination a little bit here. There we go. It's pretty close. This skipper's working its butt off here. It's really trying. It's almost there. Alright, poodle time. This poodle twin bell engine here should get us the rest of the way pretty easily. Let's go ahead and extend panels. And yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't you worry about no ascent profile. Our ascent profile is fine. Alright, here's orbit. Nearly. Here's nearly orbit. Alright, cruise. For a second here. Boop, there we go. Alright, where is the moon? Behind us. I've stopped needing maneuver nodes for these missions. Because I'm just familiar enough with them now. All I have to do is line up my targets. It's 70 kilometers to orbit. Turns out the easiest way to know you're lined up to go to the moon in KSP is to just point at it. If you're pointing at it, you're lined up. Brilliant. It's great game design. Alright, so we are accelerating. This stage we'll be able to do the lunar or mooner insertion and mooner orbital capture burns. It'll definitely have the delta V for that. I can probably do most of the like final orbital maneuvers as well. I would like to be in as flat of an equatorial orbit as possible and land somewhere on the moon's equator, somewhere I haven't landed yet. Customizable, welcome to the live stream. Yeah, it's 70,000. It might be 70250, something like that. But about 70,000 is the Kármán line. Okay, here comes the moon. Too far. Let's flip course around here. It's also, let's see the view from inside the lander. It's not a bad view. It's actually a very high visibility cockpit. which I'm sure they appreciate because it lets them see out. All right, so we have 884 meters per second of delta V left on the stage, which is plenty. And we can see our orbit and how it changes as we pass by the moon here. So that's our orbit. Hyperbolic as of right now. We're going to stay locked on retrograde and do our orbital insertion here. And then we'll also do a... I don't think we really need to do a plane change. Just want to pick a crater we haven't landed in yet, you know? So we've obviously been to this one. We've been to the Midlands too. We've been to a Dookie. Haven't been to the poles. So, I mean, honestly, we could just direct descent down to this crater right here. Should we do that? Should we just drop it in this crater in front of us? Like, I'm already burning retrograde. We're kind of lined up for the shot right now. Yes. All right, we're going straight for the crater. Not even a full revolution around the moon. We just kind of show up and then drop it. Unfortunately, because I have a seismic sensor on this craft, but unfortunately, it's not going to be down until after the booster stage collides with the moon. But you know what? We could do a mission where we just throw rocks at the moon. Whatever. I'm going to kill some more lateral velocity here. There we go. We'll do one more burn on this stage. Alright, it's empty. Completely empty, so we'll go ahead and let that go. And it's falling, 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 falling down there. There we can see its shadow. Impact. Awesome. Alright. So far, so good. We're 1,500 meters up and still on descent. No major issues of note so far. We should just have a nice, easy break here at the end. Coming down a little faster than I have in previous missions, just because I know I've got the thrust-to-weight ratio to work with here. That's good enough. All right. Landing gear down. Shut down the engine. Extend the lander's ladder. And let's get these guys out. So let's get Matt Dorf out. and have him climb down. We'll have him come over here and plant a flag on the moon. Mattdorf and Daffmore. Mooner Ranger 5. Let's see. Plaque text. Mattdorf and Daffmore Herman land their heavy Mooner lander in the large craters of the moon and build the Kerbal space program's first rover in situ. No witty remarks. We're just actually going to document what we did today. Let's go back to Daffmore and get her out of the lander. And I am going to quick save before we start building the rover because the in-flight building mechanics are real jank sometimes. Where will we drive? Well, one, we're going to drive to the craters that are nearby. Let's come over here and take a surface sample. Moon's east crater. We'll do an EVA report. And then also, can I access this inventory? I can. Can I access this inventory? Wait, where'd my EVA science go? Oh, man. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. EVA science can only be done once per mission, or per planet, so I don't really care. We can do our deployables, though. And we'll have her set up the experiments, and then we'll have Mattdorf set up the power. Which that'll be a fine division of labor. So that's the control group. Do I need to get a little closer? There we go. Seismometer time. This will go here. And then the GUEB. Alright, those are down, but they don't have power. But we do have the Communitron station. Which this is important in its own right. Let's come around the back here. Put that down. Now we've got a communications dish. And will it actually point at Kerbal? No, it points just in a random direction. Okay. That's fine. Let's take Mattdorf now, and he's going to get the solar panels going. Solar panels pointing in the exact wrong direction too, which is funny. Oh no, there we go. Now they're rotating. I wonder if there's any interactions I can have with the experiments. Nope, they're just passively connected. So this guy is going to give us a better connection to the Kerbal Space Center, which is nice. And then we can look here. What's our science per day. So 0.3 science per hour, which is pretty nice. And then this does not do science per hour. We just have to land stuff on the surface of the moon, and then we'll get credit for it. Speaking of science, let's board the ship. And will it not let me climb out? All right. Do I just have to fly this last step? There we go. All right. Daphmore's in the ship. We can run our ship-based experiments. So the mystery goo we'll keep. Log pressure data. We'll transmit and keep. Log temperature data. Again, transmit and then keep. We'll record seismic data. Log seismic data. Minor quake on the surface. That's interesting. We got plenty of electric charge, so I'm not worried about that. Once this finishes up. Yep. So we'll log and keep. Run an analysis. So here we go. We got some resource analysis, which is worth looking at, right? So we have alumina, borates, regolith, and high percentages. Which alumina is good for rocket fuel, for solid rocket fuel specifically. So that's an interesting thing to have available to us. All right, Mattdorf, it's time. It's your time to shine, buddy. So, we're going to start construction, right? And I don't have to access this because now my construction window pops up right here. I do get to kind of rotate this around a little bit. That's so unfair if that's just what happened. Did that really just happen? Hold on. Like that just happened, right? 200. Seriously? Ah, man. All right. Hold on. There's another thing we can do. Suboptimal. It's not like the point of the mission. But really, I was going to have that rover because it would be fun and I could drive around and we would go and drive it to like the crater over there and over there. But, okay. We can't do that. The other option is we fly our ship. Because I refuse. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Kraken's hungry today, guys. Kraken is hungry today. Let's get on board. Pull that in. Activate the engines. Am I gonna get this close enough? Okay, I want it on the record how close I got that, and oh, right, saved it with the reaction system there. Um, shoot, all right, I had to abort that real quick. This lander business is tricky. I got Delta V. I got Delta V for days, gang, but all right, so maybe we do this. Okay, so we got closer. Let's quick save in case I lose it here. I gotta get real close to this thing, I'm pretty sure. And we're moving farther away. Damn it, it's just so fucking sensitive. And like my controls here are kind of limited. Oh, that would have been close enough. It bounced. It bounced. Let's save because we're a little closer here. I like can't get closer. I can't get closer. It bounces away. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Hey! That was a huge pain in the butt. All right, so we're scanning. $96. And that's worth a good bit. That's worth a good bit right there to me. Is it possible to land in the crater? Probably. I don't know if it's advisable to land in the crater. I'm not going to land in the crater. Can I run it again? So I scanned it, but we're going back to the orbital lab, so I might as well scan it twice. Let the orbital lab process it as well. Keep this one. Alright, now is there a small crater? The big crater is kind of a pain in the butt to get to, but the small crater might be easier. It would also be easier if I could target it, but... yeah, we can't all have what we want. I blame not having Jebediah on this mission for that goofy landing approach. Alright, we'll let him see the target here. Oop, well. We caught a leg in a crater this time. Alright, let's see if I can... hold on, let's quick save. We were close there, but... let's see if I can't... fix my legs. Ooh, and we are close enough on that first landing. That was actually much smoother. Okay, so that other crater is on like a nasty slope, which made that way harder than it needed to be. I'm gonna come around here. We're gonna collect the data out of this. There we go. All right. Hey, the the rover core is back, everybody. Well, shoot, now I want to go land back over there. That's funny. That's a funny thing that just happened. That's very funny. Haha. Haha, it's funny. So, well, we're here, so we might as well scan this crater. No sense in waiting. So while this scans, I guess we'll fly back to the rover core there. Keep the dash 4, get back in. All right, flip course. No, 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 no. Got to be careful about selecting your craft to lock onto retrograde because it'll start doing some silly things like that. All right. Not my smoothest landing, but it was a landing. All right, all right. Shut down engine. Mattdorf, get out. Let's come over here, shall we? I'm gonna quick save because the game's in a habit of going all goofy on me here. Can I rotate you? Okay, yeah. So that's why we quick save just then. Because malarkey like that. Can I rotate this? Explodes. Of course. Of course that's what happened. All right, Matt Dorf, let's try that again. Apparently the rotate tool is evil. So we're not allowed to use it anymore. Instead, we're just going to have to make do with that. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, rover assembly. That's going to break a solar panel, isn't it? Oh, wow, it dodged the solar panel. That's actually crazy that it didn't break the solar panel. I was totally prepared for that to smash into the solar panel and just destroy it. But look at that, it didn't do it. Okay. See, now that's more what should happen when I attach a wheel. But no, it's got to go flying. God damn it. Hate this game. I hate this game sometimes. Yeah, keep rolling. Just keep on rolling, why don't you? I gotta walk this wheel out here. It's some bullshit, man. Some bullshit. Oh, it's rolling, ain't it? Yeah, it is. It's gonna roll straight down the mountain, huh? Alright, let's stop it. Maybe I can push it like a cart. Nope. Get up, Matt Dorf! Get up! Your rover's getting away! I hate this game. I hate this game sometimes, man. Why would it do that? Why would it do that, man? Why would it do that? There ain't no reason to behave like this. Dude, come on. Alright, new plan. Let's set that down. Actually, let's set it upside down. Here we go. First good idea I've had in a bit. No, but then I can't flip it over, right? Like, that's the issue, is I can't... Yeah, once I put something on it, I can't move that thing. So it has to be right side up, because of course. Well, how about we put all the other things on it that it needs to kind of operate normally. Okay. Now, extend and turn the brakes on this thing. Maybe this doesn't work, but maybe it works. Let's quick save. No, it's got to pop. It's got to pop and lock it. Every time it's got to pop and lock it. The game has no like, oh, maybe he doesn't want it to go flying into the air this time. Oh, maybe I should just like gently let it sit down. And then the train's like, yes, yummy, yummy, yummy. Let me eat it. And then it won't even let me adjust the wheel, because fuck me. Right? Just fuck me, huh? No, I get a game. You don't... The game just doesn't like me. So, like, why would it do that? Why would it put it that way? Pop. There it goes. Whee! Alright. Let me grab the fourth wheel. And let me run with it. Sure, yeah. Flip it upside down. Why don't you? Go ahead and flip upside down. That's fine. That's fine. I'm like on the verge of a mental breakdown with this. Why would that wheel be attached that way? Why would why would why game? Yeah, no. Go chimp out, why don't you? Just let's go sicko mode, why don't we? The in situ building is by far the worst executed mechanic in this game. I'm putting the brakes on you, you useless piece of garbage. Thank you. All right. Let me get a little closer. Okay, so that's what we want right there. All right, let's do the very scientific stand on the corner. Therefore, lifting the suspension up on the back wheel. No, I said stand. Mattdorf, you gotta keep your balance here, butter. This isn't gonna work. You gotta stand on the corner. Right? Right? You're an engineer, so you should know how balance and all that works, right? Okay. Okay. Now, theoretically, I should be able to scoot this into position here. Right? And like that, looks like it's kind of holding. How high is the traction control? Hold on. All right. What's this? Fixed it, except both the back wheels are clipped into the terrain for some reason. And I can't get them out because they're... Because that's just how they are now. Oh. Oh, can I get the other wheel? Uh, hold on. No, it doesn't work. It clearly is not working. It's clearly uncontrollable, and the wheels are still broken. Don't say it works. We're not out of the woods yet. Also, it's upside down. So that's not a very useful configuration of a rover now, is it? We got a little work to do. So here's what we're going to do. One, I'm going to flip it right side up. By running into it. That didn't work. Okay. New plan. New plan. Bear with me. Come over here. Extend the wheels, make it longer. Yeah, sure. I guess I could push them farther out. Forward and backward. Well, I don't know why that's happening, but let's go construction mode. Move them. This one's not even lined up properly. More like that? Is that what you're thinking? Like more forward and back? Let's see. Hold on. This thing's still sliding around. Because, by golly, the moon is made of slippery, slippery slope, and everything's got to slide around on it. Now, flip over. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. You better land right side up. Like, the game doesn't even care about its own physics rules. It just breaks them and then reasserts them randomly. And now this thing is just a fucking springy, bouncy trap. It's just a springy, bouncy boy. This is why I put off building a rover for so long. It's so bad. It's so bad. Their in situ building is so bad when it comes to like if you have to do anything on the train, it's just kill yourself. God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this part. But like lost cost, sunk cost fallacy at this point. Like we're already here. I've spent the money to put a rover on the moon, so gosh darn it, we're gonna put a rover on the moon, right? You're a disappointment. You know that? You're a disappointment. Alright. Oh, here we go. It's this one. I want my drive limiter way down. To make it controllable. Hold on. There we go. Now I can now I can drive it a little bit. Okay. Let's go over to Matt Dorf, who has about had it with this shit. Let's come over here. We're going to finish building it. That's right. We're not done building it yet. We still got 3 things to put on it. At least 3 things to put on it. We might just do the 1 solar panel. Looks good in your book. Yeah. Sure, buddy. You notice that one of the wheels is halfway through the terrain and the whole thing's cockeyed? It's not supposed to look like that, in case you were wondering. Let's start making some adjustments here. Alright, I'm going to put that there for a second. Scoot that up there. Put that there. Alright. Now we have kind of an actual rover. What was the other thing? Seismometer? Yes. Because the rover's staying, so the seismometer gets to come down with it. Is there anything else? I guess pressure and temperature. Rover... Since the rover can go anywhere, everywhere on the planet, theoretically. No sense in leaving these. Okay. So, theoretically, this is the rover done. And now it's starting to look like I meant to build it this way. go. Is there anything else we can correct? Let's save real quick. And I'm gonna try and adjust this wheel. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about, everybody? Where it's just like, oh, well, I guess I'm gonna through the train. Do you understand my frustration? And then it's like, yeah, let me just pop up here as hard as I can and blow up your fucking solar panel. And then we go where we're back on this now. I'm sure there's somebody out there who's like, "Oh man, you could have put it on this you could put it on this thing and then you could have gotten it all perfect and it wouldn't do all this stuff." I'm sure there's somebody out there who like knows how to do this and is laughing at me. All right, now it's good enough. So here's our rover and it should be drivable. I'm gonna disable steering on the back ones. Yeah. Look at that. We got a rover. I'm gonna, you know what? After this live stream, hold on. After I avoid crashing into that. No, 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 no. Out. Come back here, you. All right. Brakes in the back, get 200. Brakes in the front, 120. Can I scan this moonstone, pretty please? Pretty please, can I scan this moonstone? I just want to scan this moonstone. No? Alright, we'll transmit this guy off. Does actually have the ability to do that. I don't know. What do you say, Matt Dorf? You want to drive it up the cliff? Drive it out of the crater? I say we take it out of the crater, right? So, drive limiter 20.7. Let's bring this up to 30. Because I think we can control a 30. Maybe not. Maybe we can't. Get over. Come on, Matador, stop goofing around and let's get this going. Use your helmet to right the rover. At least we can flip it over consistently-ish, I guess. Get it. Get it. Gosh darn it. Ah. Ugh. Rover, dude. This game is not meant to have cars in it. Would it flip over better if I take this heavy piece of instrument off of it, maybe? I don't know, maybe. Oh, maybe it will. Maybe it will, actually. Maybe it will, actually. That's right, Matador. Stay down. Might just do it this time. There we go. There we go. All right. Well, we've come through that issue. Okay. So I can't. All right, we're learning. We're learning here. How long are we going to be here? I want to drive out of this canyon or this crater, right? And then drive back because I'd like to get some seismic data from the top of the crater. Now, theoretically, this won't take too long. But in actuality, this might take a minute because this rover is doggy doo-doo horse shit. And it's out of electric charge. Why are you no charging? You're broken. Ah, I see. Okay, well. This solar panel's broken. So I guess we are going to give up. We're just going to give up. That's the end result, is we're going to give up. Don't ask me why all the wheels are all jacked up and why this thing is sitting like sideways for no reason. Because there's just literally no reason. Wheels just want to be broken. That's fine. It can be broken if it really wants to be broken. I tried. I did my absolute darndest to make this work. And it simply refuses. Like, why is the suspension all jacked up here? At all. Why is it broken at all? Why is that the way it is? Why is it leaning like that? Why is that back wheel still broken? I don't. These are just questions that the universe may never know the answer to. And we just have to come to accept that. Brakes. I'm going to repair the solar panel on it before we leave. We'll tuck up the gear. Leave the seat. And I've got some repair kits that I can use here. There we go. Now this thing can charge, and we'll leave it here. It'll actually be able to drive around on its own. I've got temperature, pressure. That's basically all I need. Did we transmit this data off? Yeah, we did. Okay. Alright, we've boarded the ship. We've done about all we can here at this point, so it's time to leave. Before we go, rename vessel, rover, Lunar Rover 1. We'll rename that guy so we can find it later. I like that my deployable solar panels are on their side. That's fun. Look at that. I just flopped over there. Floppy little boys. Hilarious. Alright. Leave. We're pretty much right on the east. Retract the ladder. Activate the engines. And fly east direct. Okay, we're off the ground. We're off the ground. We're flying back around the moon. We're going to head back to the... Ooh, excuse me. Fly back to the Research Station Omega. And drop off our science with them. And then we're going to fly our shuttle up to capture the ship in orbit. And recover the crew. At least that's the plan. All right, let's swing around. Oh, wait. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hold on. Pardon me, gentlemen. I've forgotten what it was I came here to do. Forgot we weren't in orbit for a second there. Ha! Okay, we're in a sort of orbit. Right about here, launch prograde to break lunar orbit. Nice and lined up. There we go. Okay. We got 1219 left in the system. we go. All right, retrograde burn. Bring us down. 1,000 meters per second is pretty good. Should easily be able to get a rendezvous with this, because we don't need to worry at all about our descent. We don't need any fuel for descent after this. We're just rendezvousing with the station. Hold on. And lock retrograde again. Trying to just fine-tune my orbit here. Okay, that'll do for now. I just want to be slightly inside their orbit, and I can actually come around to apoapsis here. Come on. There we go. All right, so we're at apoapsis. I'll burn retrograde from apoapsis again, and this will lower my orbit a little bit more. And that'll help shorten the rendezvous time, because we're in a much slower orbit now. We'll catch up faster with every revolution. And you can see us going around here. You can see that intersect is getting closer. So this next pass should bring us to about the closest one. There we go. So now I need to burn prograde to actually raise that intersect. There we go. And that's close enough, so we'll switch to target view. Here they come around back from the other side of the planet. And we're going to fight my own control system for a second. Okay, that should be good enough. All right. So that killed the velocity pretty quick. Nice and easy. We'll just kind of drift over to the lab now. Let me point retrograde, put a thrust limiter on. And that about does it for velocity. Okay, let's EVA. Scientist Daphmore, she's going to get out, take the data. Turn her headlamp on real quick. She's also going to collect the data from this. And I would have them kind of dock. Um, Star experiments. There we go. They can't really dock, can they? I do have an engineer handy. And a little bit of fuel left, too. Wonder if we could kind of tie the ships together somehow. We're going to do some experimental space-based construction, everyone. I guess another thing we can do while we're up here is we can what was I going to say? Oh yeah, we can transfer the solar panels over to the station and get another 2 solar panels going for a little extra juice. Okay. And again, we're just I'm trying to scoot these 2 spaceships very close together right now. This is the goal. All right, near 0 relative velocity. That's about as close as it's going to get. They're about lined up. SAS is on. I thought I added containers with some mounting hardware, some equipment. Maybe I didn't. Will we use the shuttle to retrieve the crew? That's the plan, because we have 2 seats. So I figure we can use two Kerbals for 2 seats. Huh. Well, I don't see the container I thought was on here, so I guess that's out. We will go ahead and do this part of my plan, which was to add some solar panels. I don't see why I can't do that. Hopefully these 2 craft don't bump into each other, please. Please don't bump into each other. I feel like we're kind of like a car dude modding his hot rod at this point. We've added a bunch of stuff to it. don't think there's really anything else to adjust here. Nope. That's about it. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this board and switch back over to the space station. How are we doing in the space station? We've got 40 science. It's not bad. Let's go ahead and transmit. We're at 788 science now, which is kind of sick. This guy over here, he's just going to float. Lunar Ranger 5, yeah. So Lunar Ranger 5 is who we're going to dock with. We'll go back to the Space Center. We're going to use our shuttle to retrieve those two. But before we do, we have high altitude flight and heavy aerodynamics, which are kind of tempting because that gives us these things. But I think we're going to wait. It really, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Outside of shuttles, this is just kind of a dead end for the game. I think it's time for nuclear propulsion and high power electrics, and we'll get heat management. And then we also get an actual fission reactor, which would be pretty sick. We'll put a fission reactor in space. The only problem is we literally don't need that much electricity for anything right now. But, you know, it's cool. It is really cool. Inherently. All right, let's go get the shuttle. Let's load it. KSP Eagle shuttle. This should be the most up-to-date version. Yes, it is. Is there anything else we wanted to modify with this? I don't think so. Oh, I think we have the canard. So these basic fins heat up pretty fast and get destroyed. And I think we're going to swap them out for the canard, which I saw we had somewhere. Where is it? That's a tail fin. That's a wing. Standard canard. Here we go. Now, you might think that's too big. And it is. It is too big. We'll fix that here in a second. We can scale these down. Oop. And then we'll reposition this. Okay, I think that looks a little better. Sure. Yeah, that works. We'll call that good. And was there anything else? I think that was kind of it. Yeah, no more science juices or anything. Monoprop was good. All right, let's save it. And then crew. Eileen. Eileen's taken it up once. We'll take it up again with her. Could add the flag. Can I rotate this onto the tail planes? That kind of looks good right there. Yeah? Do we like how that looks? I think I can adjust the flags here too. We'll toggle them on that piece. Yeah, alright. No more fiddling around. No more fiddling around, gentlemen. It's time to get to work. We gotta get those two guys out of orbit. I'm not going to go to the space station this time. Unless I run out of fuel. And actually, here's what we can do. Let's get this to like 80 kilometers or so. Or really, whatever orbit we can comfortably achieve. And then we can bring the lander down to us. The lander is not completely unable to maneuver. Shoot. That was self-inflicted. I exceeded the yaw limit there. Let's try that again. Alright, this time I'm going to try and correct my inclination issues early. And then just let it go. Alright, so far so good. Still flying on the boosters. We got quite a bit of fuel in them. And the boosters can separate. Eileen, who is a somewhat of an expert pilot of the Intrepid vehicle. One of the original flyers before Jebediah took over. She knows what she's doing here. And we have upgraded, so we went from the basic fins, we have these canards now, which are going to give us some additional control authority over the vehicle. We'll get up to about 100-kilometer orbit, and then that's where we're going to park it. And I think we do have... That launch was pretty good as far as angle goes and efficiency. I think we'll have actually quite a bit of Delta V remaining in this shuttle. Eileen's ready to roll the vehicle over and fly back up. Kind of an upright orientation relative to Kerbin. And she pushes the throttle forward. I'm going to accelerate a little bit more rapidly here to get into our orbit. I just want to get up to 100 kilometers. Okay, so that's pause there at 99 kilometers. And start our coast phase for the next, like, 2 minutes. While she preps for that, hello, Slobby. We are recovering a crew who just went on a lunar expedition. We're bringing them back down to the surface of Kerbin, and we're doing it via a shuttle. Okay. We have 300 meters per second of Delta V left in the rocket, which that's a lot, that's a lot more than what we're used to. We're going to go ahead and get the shuttle kind of set up for its long duration flight. Do a quick visual inspection. Everything looks good. Let's swap to our lander, right? KSP, the Lunar Ranger 5. We're going to switch to it, and we're going to bring him down to the 100-kilometer orbit. Then we'll rendezvous. Point retrograde. My thrust limiter is still on that. Go. All right. That's half the orbit down. And that's the other half. All right. So now our lunar lander is in the desired orbit. And we have the KSP Eagle shuttle over here. We'll switch our control over to him and make the rendezvous. All right. So, because we're so low to Kerbin, and because I have more fuel than was originally in the budget, I'm going to use the engines to push my orbit up. And then we'll start our rendezvous procedure. So he's actually going to catch up to me. He's coming around the back here. He's getting closer. 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 There he is right there. Probably about 40, 30 degrees of separation. 25 degrees of separation. 5 degrees of separation now. He'll be real close on this next one. We'll prep retrograde here as we come around for this next pass. He's close now. He's right behind us. And then we're going to burn our engines retrograde. And we'll see our intercept pop up. So this is our intercept. Intersect 160 kilometers. And just a little bit of fuel burned here will bring this down. You can see the target position moving closer and closer and closer. It's close enough. So here we go. As we travel through our orbits. And pass each other by once, and then pass each other by again a second time. Now we're going to brake using our main engine here for this last 20 meters per second. But once we kill off most of our relative velocity, I'm going to switch to the RCS thrusters for the rest of the maneuvers. So that's that. Let's switch to SAS. I'm going to point at the target. RCS on, docking mode on. I'm going to accelerate using our reaction control system to get us on course with the lander. Now we got lots of RCS fuel we have not used yet. We'll get going a little faster here. Let's get going even faster. We're trying to pick up some speed here in my shuttle. There we go. 15 kilometers per second, or 15 meters per second. Jeez. 2.3, 2.2, 2.1. As we approach, our vector slowly drifts off target. So we're going to have to raise that back up. All right. 900 meters out. 800. 700, 600, 500, 400. Getting close enough now I can start planning my deceleration. Just a little bit. All right, start blowing back on the RCS thrusters now. Let's check some of our velocity here. And then we're going to use the RCS thrusters over here to kind of line us up. And we're just going to coast up next to it. Got to be nice and slow with this. You know, we don't want to be too quick. All right. That's velocity killed as much as it needs to be. I don't think there is anything on here worth taking. Now, we are going to have one bit of a shuffling challenge to do here. Because Daphmore and our engineer need to go in the back. So I'm going to have to EVA Eileen. Switch to Daphmore. Board Daphmore. Transfer Daphmore to the crew compartment. Switch back to Eileen to keep... Well, she's fine. She's not drifting fast enough. Let Eileen continue to drift in the void while I bring Matt Dorf over here. Have him board the shuttle, transfer to the crew compartment, and then put Eileen back in the cockpit. That's what's got to happen here to make this work. So have him board, transfer him to the crew compartment, take control of Eileen again. Who gets to admire her beautiful ship. Have her board. All right, everybody's on board. Everybody's happy. Let's take control of this guy. Right? And deorbit him. So there goes that guy, and he should fall back to the Earth. Yeah. Or back to Kerbal. All right, we need to start planning our return. So that's the Kerbal Space Center right over here. Let's point retrograde. We do a little burn here. We get down to 70 kilometers, almost on the dot. Excellent. All right, so we're just above the Kármán line here, where atmosphere is still just barely negligible. Now we lower the other half of our orbit. Do the exact same thing. Okay. Now hear me out. We're going to come around here. Oh, hold on. Might need to burn prograde real quick. I think I think this actually does touch atmosphere ever so slightly. Okay. Now it doesn't. Now, if I remember my marks correctly, right about as we pass over the tip of this island, we bring our apoapsis down. Or we bring our periapsis down, sorry. And we get it below 50. I think it was right at 58 kilometers. That'll be good enough. All right, let's go prograde. Actually, we'll go SAS. Belly up here. We're just going to sit right there and time warp till we hit atmosphere. So my goal now is to hold this attitude right here. This kind of flat, about as flat as I can get trajectory as we start entering the atmosphere, because that is going to present the highest cross section and create the most drag to slow us down as quickly as possible. That's the goal. We want to get slowed down as quickly as possible. Go ahead and retract those two solar panels. We're about done with them. And yeah, we're just kind of giving the atmosphere a belly on look at the bottom of the shovel. And we're going to have to go around here for a little bit. We are slowing down very slowly. You can see our periapsis is coming down 50 kilometers. Apoapsis is also coming down a little slower, but still coming down. It's a good indication that we are on track. Now, eventually, we're going to see some real air resistance. That's when I'm going to switch on RCS to try and keep attitude control. But that won't be towards the end. So far, so good. We're almost below 2,000 without really... There it is. Okay. So we're going to switch to 2 times time acceleration. I'm going to keep a little bit of time acceleration here, but I don't want quite as much. I do want to kind of manually fly this here. As we cut through the atmosphere. Now, these new canards seem to really, really, really be helping us here. So in the last live stream, we had such a hard time keeping the nose up. But it looks like these canards, plus the RCS system, and we can turn the RCS system off and see how it handles. Actually, yeah, even that's not too bad as far as being able to pitch. And heat management. Like, that's really, really not too bad. Let's go ahead and start doing some S-turns. So this is going to be like the space shuttle. Part of its return profile would do these large S-turns. We're going to do something similar here. to bleed off some speed. Okay. Looks like she is controllable, undamaged. Actually, completely undamaged this time, which is pretty sweet. This is a much smoother entry than our previous one. Now, that's the landing site. We are obviously not really lined up for a good shot directly at the landing site, but that's okay. We're going to glide and turn into it. What game? W game? Yeah, this is going to be a big dub for us here. She does glide fairly well, actually. And this is just kind of a beautiful shot. Like, no hands on the controls, just letting her glide right there. And we'll bring her in for a landing. I wish I had a joystick making these hard pitch turns. Because, like, I can only hit the S key, which does a full pitch input, when I would actually rather have a much gentler input. You know? You know what I'm saying? Okay. We're doing our north approach leg. Caps lock, huh? Oh, so it does. You're right. All right. Here we go. Somebody over here in the control room with some good frickin' advice. Okay, westbound leg time. I'm going to use a little bit of fuel here. Just to keep the speed up. Gear down. Okay, now I want the full axis of control here. Yeah, I need I had a joystick for these kind of games, and it was just kind of a cheap one. It worked, but it was cheap, and I need to get a replacement now. It stopped working after a while. But even with all that, this thing actually, now that we've ironed out all the kinks, when we first built this thing, it had some serious problems. But now that I've got the canards and we've messed with the center of lists and center of mass, this thing has a really low stall speed, really good recovery, all the way down to the last 60 meters per second. I was able to keep control of that. That was pretty sweet. No damage to the vehicle, no overheating. The reentry profile we've got ironed out here really works quite nicely. And the whole thing costs 29,000, and we get 19,000 back, so it really only costs 10,000 to launch this thing. Which makes it very cheap. You got 20,000 actually. It's pretty sweet. All right. I think we have 2 outstanding contracts right now that come to mind. Let's go look at these real quick. The 2 adjust orbits. Yeah. Actually, never mind. I'm in the wrong building in my space center. We need to go adjust our orbits. So Polsat 3 and whichever moon satellite that was need to adjust their orbit. Let's take this one. Let's take this one. Yeah, we'll take those 2 contracts real quick. So, Polsat 3 needs to be tweaked, and that's it right here. And we want to expand its periapsis, raise its periapsis slightly. That's easy enough. So we're going to go up to apoapsis, small burn on the engine. I believe Polsat 3 has the fuel tank and engine required for these maneuvers. Yeah, it does. Sweet. All right, so this is Polsat 3. And it's on the ascent, which is good. This will probably take a total of 2 meters per second of delta V. In fact, the tiny little spark engine is probably overpowered for it, and there we go. There we go. Little satellite adjustment. And that is 1 contract complete. So next is Moonsat 1 needs to be adjusted. So let's go to the moon. Here's Moonsat 1. Let's switch to it. We'll adjust his orbit slightly. This is a plane change maneuver. And we're about to hit the descending node. This one will be a little bit more expensive. It's actually a fairly decent amount of delta V required here. But let's point our vessel the other way, north. North. There we go. Ooh, quite close. Okay. Let's go retrograde. Retrograde. There we go. There we are. There we are. That orbit is adjusted. The next one is science data from space around the moon. Well, that's so convenient because we're in space around the moon right now. Transmit that. Boom. 2 more contracts done. So we've knocked out 3 contracts just now. And that right there will almost fund the moon mission we just did. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of money management, fiscally responsible, conservative action we're taking to ensure that our space program remains adequately funded for all future endeavors. That is what we are here for. Anyway, next up is the science from Ike, right? That's the one we're missing. Science data from space around Ike. Okay, so question: do we have comms? Yes, we have comms with our guy over here, the Dune Voyager. Now I told you we'd be coming over to this satellite, and here we are. We're at the Dune Voyager. This is our satellite we've got in orbit over the red planet. And I think overall goal for this guy is we're going to get him... look at this. Look at this little Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. He's a good satellite, ain't he? Yes, he is. He's got a lot of Delta V left in him, too. So, set Ike as the target. And I'm just going to do a straight shot for him. All right, let's just burn towards Ike here. And theoretically, eventually, we will eventually get an intercept with Ike here. Right? Just like... Eventually we will. And we can also get onto an equatorial plane while we're out there. Ah, shoot. I accidentally blew past my burn. Because I was a silly boy and I clicked forward on the time warp instead of back on the time warp. To Robert, yeah, we here. We're here at Dune. I do want to send additional missions to Dune. It is pretty big. Well, and it's not even that it's small. It's just that like Ike is actually very big considering how small Dune is and how close Ike's orbit is. It's not really that surprising, if that makes sense. Like, its sphere of influence makes sense for the size of it. It's just very close quarters with the rest. So here's our satellites, 3 little ant engines, and I actually really like these engines for satellites. They're just super cheap, they're super light, not terrible performance-wise. They get a pretty good ISP, 3.15, which isn't, like, great, but it's fine for vacuum. But you end up often having a higher delta V using these engines than a larger and more efficient engine, because the mass of the engine has to be factored in to everything. Now, the only downside is that they are a little slow to accelerate, and that's why I have 3 of them to help make the satellite a little bit more responsive to controls. This satellite has done quite a bit. We have flown this satellite into Dune's atmosphere briefly, which was kind of a fun mission. Oh, fascinating. I did not know that. All right, Dawson 5103, you have been promoted to mission lead because you know all of the secrets. Okay. So, here is my thought process, right? Is we're going to have a periapsis right here. Let's go retrograde for a second. Let's lower our periapsis as much as we can here with Ike. There we go. All right, that's nigh on escape velocity right there. But it looks like we're going to be on the right side of the planet to do a low or a near space pass on Ike. Now, this will kick us out of Dune's sphere of influence, which I don't want. So we'll do an additional burn, probably in Ike's sphere of influence. Is 20 close enough? Let's get a little lower. Let's get inside 20. 17 is probably close enough. I would have to imagine 17 is close enough. For the near space science. I mean, that's really, really close at this point. So here's the thing. I don't actually want to blow myself out of Dune orbit like that and end up on a solar trajectory. Instead, we're just going to slow down a little bit. Have like, instead of kicking us way out, we'll do a couple of things. One, I'm going to slow down. Two, I'm going to run my experiments, please. 142? Holy cow. That's a lot. All right, let's slow down here. That completes the contract. Science data from space around Ike. Ultimately, my goal here is to get on kind of this high eccentricity orbit out around Dune and just kind of orbit way out here. Because this will be the last of the science data I can actually perform. We'll do the barometer experiment. Transmit that. We'll do the thermometer experiment. Transmit that. Nice. Yeah, that's about as inclined of an orbit as I want. We are going to slow down a little bit more, don't worry. And the the game is freaking out about possible future orbits. Not that far out. It's gonna be inclined, but it's not gonna be that inclined. Jeez. Okay. Somewhere out about there. And then we'll set it up with a similar apoapsis. So 2 million. Bring it out to about 9 or 10 million. I want to keep it well outside of Ike's sphere of influence so that Ike doesn't accidentally kick us out of Dune orbit. And then this way, any vehicle that's inside the Dune system will likely have a line to me. And then if you think about it, for about 16 days at a time, if you're on the wrong side of Duna, or sorry, not, what is it? Yeah, about 8-9 days at a time, if you're on the wrong side of Duna, this satellite can cover you. So it gives us a little bit more operational flexibility because now this is just a communications relay at Duna. And that completes the science from data from space around Ike. We've completed that contract. We can go home. That'll be the resting place for the Duna Voyager. We're really not going to come back to that satellite anymore. If it does give us another mission like science from space around Duna, then yeah, we can switch to that, run an experiment for free cash, basically. But we're not going to be doing any specific operations anymore. Huh. Hmm. Well, let's test the J-20 Juno basic jet engine landed at Kerbal. That's easy. Is there any other like silly, stupid things we can do? That's about it. All right, we'll test the J-20. Oh, and then I want to build a fighter jet. That's right. I wanted to build Jebediah wants a high performance fighter jet that we'll add to our roster of vehicles. But first, we're gonna build. We're gonna build this guy. Actually, here's a thought. What if we want to do some contracts where the danger is a little higher than it needs to be, and we don't want to risk one of our brave Kerbals from going up there and getting absolutely clobbered to death? Well, we could build ourselves a little plane, maybe. Here's my thought. Let's get a... It's probably going to need to be a little bit bigger than that, but it might not need to be much bigger than that. How small of a wing can I throw on this and it still, like, work? It's too big. That's too big. Hold on. How big is small delta wing? Ooh, small delta wing's perfect. I'm kind of curious to see if I can make like just a tiny little drone, basically. I don't know if it'll work. It might not. This might just not work. Which is fine if it doesn't. Because it really wasn't supposed to. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, this probably isn't actually supposed to work this way. But we've got... You know, we've kind of got all the ingredients here. The recipe. I don't see why it doesn't have to work. I guess the only real problem is the wheels, right? And even then, maybe not. Because again, we can scale these down. What do you guys think? Will this will this fly? Here's a real question: is what will happen when the fuel tank runs out? That'll be fine. We will need communications with it. Well, let's see. That's what I'm saying. I'm just having fun right now. This isn't really for anything. It's got a very small antenna. Not a very good antenna. KSP Air... we'll just call it the KSP UAV. What's this? I forgot. Well, the contract is just to test the Juno basic engine on the ground. It's super easy. We just turn the engine on. They just want to run a test. However, I thought it would be funny, since we're building just a tiny little plane to test an engine, to see how small of a plane I could make realistically. Theoretically, this works. Alright, that's the contract complete. So no, it has issues. Funny in concept, not in execution. We'll build a regular sized jet for Jebediah to fly though. Because we have the new inline cockpit. So let's go back to our spaceplane hangar. We also, so we need to save up another 2 million. That's kind of our goal. We need to save up another 2 million so that we can upgrade our research and development lab to the max. All right, Mark 1 inline cockpit. That's that. Throw the intake on it. Where is it? Mark 1 liquid fuselage. Structural fuselage. And then the engine in the form of a... We have the Panther. I forgot about the Panther. Ooh, we're putting the Panther on. May want to make this a little bit longer. Arrow. We should have a big delta wing now, right? Yeah, delta wing. It's not as big as I was expecting it to be, actually. That's it? That's all our delta wing is? Well, hold on. Okay, so that's that. And then we do a small delta wing. Maybe a small wing strake? No. No. Just tail fin? Just a regular old tail fin? Maybe we do 2. Alright, center of lift, center of mass. Yeah, sure. I feel like that's good enough. What are the odds this completely flips out on us? Like, just totally chips out and we lose complete control. High, medium, low. We do have Jebediah flying it, and he, honestly, he can handle anything. Let's add ourselves a little Kellis mobility enhancer. Okay. Anything else? I don't think so. I think that's about it. This is just the... we'll call this the yellow jacket. high-speed interceptor Jebediah. This is Jebediah's fun. Center of lift is a bit far back. It could flip. That's not how center of lift works. The farther back center of lift is, the less likely it is to flip. Center of mass, if you meant center of mass is a bit far back, maybe, but I think it'll be okay. We have an experienced pilot, and we have SAS working for us here. We don't have something, though. We're missing something. Missing something. Something's missing. Control surfaces. We do have these other control surfaces I kind of want to use here. We'll try those out. See if they're any good. Maybe put them right there. And then also, okay, since we're back in the assembly area, let's give it wing lights, maybe. I'm a big sucker for wing lights, but they do need to be rotated into position here. There we go. Nice. We'll give it nose lights as well. All right. Let's try it now. Let's try it now. Let's see how it flies. This might fly well. So we have unlocked, just thinking about overall plan now, we've unlocked the nuclear engines. We have those as an option. I would like to start gearing up for a major Dune mission, utilizing nuclear engines and an orbitally assembled rocket. Okay. That was a little heavy on the launch there, but okay. So we are running dry right now, but let's see how she performs wet. Alright, are we going to be able to break the sound barrier? Okay, Jebediah is going Mach 1. Going Mach 2. Mach 2 in level flight. We still have a little bit of accelerating to do here. What's Mach 3? What's Mach 3? 343 times 3. Alright, engine overheat, toggle mode. Woo! We went fast there. Jebediah has satisfied his need for speed. Massive 15G turn right there. Let's try not to do that more than once or twice. Let's also turn gimbal off on this. And let's turn pitch off on these to try and make it not kill me when I... There we go. I probably killed Jebediah with that turn. Like realistically, that would have been fatal. So that's good. All right. Let's get back to base, huh? Let's try climbing a little bit. Um, yeah, she's fast, all right. It is fast. Uh, J404 Panther afterburning turbofan. Well, all right. Let's come down into it. Just a high-speed coast. Flies pretty stably, which is good. We'll see how she lands. That's the only thing I need to figure out. Because even the light turns that I'm trying to do here are pulling crazy G's. Crazy G's. All right, Jeb, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was like peak 15, steady state 8 G's in that quarter of a turn. I mean, right now we're pulling 5. This is a 5G turn right here. So Jeb is actually one hell of a pilot that he has not totally blacked out or died from just from turning this thing, because that was a ridiculously high speed turn. All right. Slow the plane down a little bit here. All right, deploy the gear. I don't think this can reverse thrust, no. The Weasley can reverse thrust. The Panther appears cannot. But that's okay. We don't really need it to reverse thrust right now. As long as we can get on the runway. Pitch up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, the wheels are being weird, guys. The wheels on this design are being real weird. Real weird. Okay, we're gonna roll off. That's fine. That's fine. We're going slow enough now. I didn't die or anything, so I don't really care. Can actually spin around. Maybe we turn steering off on these. Whoa! Like gonna high center this thing. Ah, shoot, I did high center this thing. Okay. All right. There's a couple of tweaks to be made here, I think. I think I see some things where we could maybe improve a little bit. One, wheel placement in the center of mass. I felt that during takeoff I was having some trouble pulling up, and I believe that's partially because of the wheel placement, so we're going to adjust that real quick. It's wicked fast, yeah. No issues on speed for this thing. Which this makes me want to try an SSTO using the Mark II parts. The Mark II parts are just pricey right now, and I'm trying to save up for stuff, so I don't really want to do that yet. But absolutely, we could do a SSTO concept using. I mean, that kind of thrust would absolutely get us there. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tuck the wheels in a little bit. And move them closer to the center of mass. This should help it launch or take off a little bit better. Let's also go here. So I want this to do pitch and yaw. I don't want it to do roll. I don't want this to do pitch or yaw, just roll. And I don't want this to gimbal. That'll help us from killing pilots. Probably also limit the deploy angle and authority to 20. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Engine thrust is fine. Everything else was kind of fine. I guess we'll need some communications on this, which is where the dipole antenna comes in, because we can make this pretty low profile. This will just sit right here, and I'll also see if I can maybe tuck it down a little bit to make it a little bit less lower impact, like that. That looks all right. It looks like a MiG. It does look like a MiG. MiGs had a vertical stabilizer with either high-mounted horizontal stabilizers or mid-mounted horizontal stabilizers. This has the more modern V-wing V stabilizers. So it's different. It's not quite a MiG. But it bears some similarities for sure. I don't think there's anything else I want to add to this. This is kind of a done deal. Fun to play around with. Fun to have, but we're not... This isn't doing anything for us, right? This is just a jet. I guess we could do like temperature or crew observation survey missions really, really, really fast now. I could even add drop tanks. Oh, we should add drop tanks. We should add drop tanks. Drop tanks would be fun. Should I add drop tanks for fun? All in favor of drop tanks, say aye. Aye. Looks like the ayes have it. We're gonna add drop tanks real quick. I think I've got the space on the undercarriage for a drop tank. I think. We'll take the radial decoupler, and actually we'll do a couple of these, right? So I'm gonna scale these down, and then we'll add one in the middle. So the jet has hard points now, right? Right, folks? And we can add stuff to these hard points, like drop tanks. Potentially fairly large drop tanks too, which is the cool part. And now we just need some arrow for it, which we have. No. Where is it? We should have just like a very small. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Very small nose cone. Okay, not that small. Small nose cone? There we go. Will you go on the back here, por favor, please, please, man. I actually don't like this nose cone either. Hold on. Get rid of you. Can I get this, but bigger? Ah, there we go. That looks good. That looks good. Can I attach this nose cone to the back of this tank, please? There we go. There we go. Okay, so we got ourselves a drop tank, right? Now we take this and we go 1, 2. Drop tank. Now we go right here. And we can slap these on the wings too, on the wing pylons. And then we just have to take this and bring it around to the other side. Yeah, it looks better than the pointy. Alright, so as we burn, I kind of want to test this out. I want to see if it gulps up the fuel. We can do an altitude test on this, see how high it'll fly. Let's take off, point up, throttle all the way to the wall, and let's just accelerate here. Without hopefully destroying the drop tanks. What am I going to do with this? I'm going to fly it for fun. I can do things for fun, you know. Look, I have a jet. Now we toggle mode. We put her in a pretty steep climb. And our main fuel tanks are absolutely fine. But these drop tanks actually should let us like go fairly far. Like we're accelerating at a 35-degree climb into the upper atmosphere right now. That should tell you a lot about what this thing can handle. Look at that. So now we can do like a long distance cruise. Ultimately, what am I going to do with this plane is I can use it for like the observational or temperature surveys. And with the addition of the drop tanks, I should have a pretty far-reaching range with this thing. And I kind of want to just test what that range is going to end up being. We're kind of pegging high at 850 meters per second at 11 kilometers in climbing. And that's about the edge of our acceleration ability here. Not a whole lot more fuel in these tanks. But we can really quickly cover distance around the planet, which is nice. I like this. This is good. Let's get ready to drop the tanks. So let's toggle mode here. We are way up in the upper atmosphere at this point. If you look, we were at 18,000 meters at the speed we're going at. Launch a rocket from this? if I could really. I'm actually not going fast enough. This isn't big enough to carry the kind of payload I would need to launch a rocket from this. If I'm not using the giant afterburner, these drop tanks will actually keep me fueled up for a long, long, long time here. Alright, and they're about empty. They look to be about empty. They're empty. Sweet. And ditch the tanks. Woo! Not expecting them to go up. Alright, alright. Revert to space blank hangar. This is a fun design. I'm having fun with it. We don't have... Ooh, excuse me. We actually don't have the contract we need for it to be useful, which is that observation or temperature survey contract. I'm trying to like really get this as high up as I can. There we go. That way the hose just kind of trims along the body directly. Barely even notice it. Yeah, that's fine. Look, this is sick. This is a sick little rocket, right? Or a sick little jet. And I love it. And we're going to save it and we're going to leave. I like the drop tanks. The drop tanks are fun. They add a nice little touch to it, you know. Probably don't want to eject the drop tanks going Mach 2. Let's see. This one's cheap. This one pays 70, which is not too bad. Repair a satellite in the orbit of Kerbal. Explore Ike again. I don't know, man. We need money. That Kalinia orbit of Eve would pay out a good chunk, obviously. Let's take this one. Let's take this one. Let's take... this one, because this one actually pays out a lot. Let's take the seismic sensor science. These all pay out a lot. So, here we go. We're going to do a mission to Minmus, right? We're going to do the same mission we did to the moon, but to Minmus. Because there's a damaged rover on the surface of Minmus that we can repair. So we're going to do that. We're going to deploy some seismic sensor probes. But we're going to do something slightly different with this mission, right? So what was it? Lunar Ranger 5. Here we go. This was the rocket we used. We're going to make an adjustment here. So this rocket stage right here was unguided, right? Let's make it guided. That's the difference here, is we're going to throw... throw the Probidyne QBE on the side of it. Oh, can't go on the side? None of these go on the side? Would this go on the side? Would this go on the side? No. Okay. Alright. Okay, so I've tucked a command pod in there, and then we just need to add some solar panels to it, which that'll keep it charged and under control, right? And then we can use this for the seismic survey. We can slam it into Minmus and call it good. I guess we need a communitron on it. That's easy enough to throw on. Right, there we go. Anything else? We've got all the parts to build our rover down here. I guess the only thing I would change is, do we want to... Actually, here, let's do this. Let's toss that and go with the Mark II command pod. Why don't we? Yeah, we'll go with the Mark II command pod. No. We've done this before. We've done this song and dance before, gentlemen. I know what we need. We need this guy. All we need is this guy. That's all we need. Everything else is exactly the same, but now we have the pomegranate on top, and it's all better. See? Perfect. I don't know why we didn't use the pomegranate before. Okay, well, what I said is not entirely true. We will need a control system down here, but now it's perfect. Now it's perfect. Utility, throw a parachute on it, and that's it, right? Need some comms. That's fine. Comms are easy. Just a little communications antenna right there. And then we'll need some way to climb up, I guess. So let's grab the Pegasus mobility ladder here. Nope. Grab a second one right there. Grab a third one. And then getting down from there is always the tricky part, right? We could try this. We could try this. But I feel like I never get this right when I try this. Come on. There we go. I feel like they should be able to get down from there, right? I might be wrong. I'm often wrong, but I feel like they should be able to get down from there. That's all I'm going to say about that. I feel like they should be able to get down from there. Let's throw the seismic on. The too hot. The press mat. Anything else? Since we're coming down to the surface, we might as well add the surface scanning module. You know, do some surface scanning. And we'll try with the rover again. God knows how that's going to end up. I guess we haven't done the magnetometer work on Minmus yet, so let's add the magnetometer boom. Good measure. And I think that's it. I think that's all we'll need. We'll select our crew. Yeah, baby. No. Let's get Eileen, Hayden, Mattdorf. Let's get them some experience in the field, right? Right? Am I right? Okay, so this is going to be the Minmus Ranger. That's all caps. KSP Minmus Ranger 3? Save? Yeah, Minmus Ranger 3. All right, we're going to launch this rocket in a moment. I'm going to take a quick break. We've been at this for about 3 hours. So I'm going to take a pause here. The rocket is saved. We'll go back to the Space Center. And I will be back roughly in 5 minutes. So 5 minutes, and I will continue on. All right, everyone, I am back. Which means I can get rid of this. So we've got the satellite, not the satellite, the vehicle set up. Let's see what we need to do here. Where's my miss? So it's not quite at a good launch angle right now. Let's give it some time here. Oh, we found a suitable comet. That's good. Okay. That's a little bit better. We can start there. Where's that comet? E huge, E huge, E huge. Those are big. Those are big. You want me to try Juno New Origins, Nathaniel 971 TAC TNOGJ? You want me to try? You want me to try Juno New Origins? I have 2,142.9 hours in Juno New Origins. About 2/3 of my channel is Juno New Origins content, and you want me to try my child? I know most of the devs. Like, I've had conversations with about half the developers of that game. Personal conversations with about half of them. Oh, this has got to be... This is our comet right here. Look at that. Hey, we've got a new comet. Bobley. Oh, that's actually sick. Look at that. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cool. I want to visit a comet now. Gargantuan. Velocity 8,828. Well, since we have observed this comet and discovered it, it's now on our list of things to try and reach, I guess. All right, anyway. I don't think there was anything else really. I mean, we could try and see if there's any nearby asteroids that are going to intersect us. Ooh, this one comes pretty close. With a Kerbal periapsis of 30 million, which isn't too far. And then this one also passes us by 26 million. I'm going to track a couple of these. This one goes a little farther, but comes a little closer. Interesting. Do I have any Eve probes? I launched one, but I think we bungled it somewhere in flight, and it either we missed its flyby, or I don't know. I screwed it up somehow. We attempted to go to Eve, it didn't work. Yada yada yada. We're gonna attempt a second time. Maybe the end of this live stream, we'll go for a second shot at Eve. I do want to try again. Ooh, that's hot. All right. Let's go ahead and make sure my crew selections are still satisfactory. Yep. Oh, you know what I didn't add to this rocket? I didn't add stabilizers to any of these. I remember now that that was a bit of a concern. Let's, real quick. There we go. All right, that'll be fine. Save. Move this out to the launch pad. Be right back. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. SAS is on. Engines are staged. Throttle is up. Our Kerbals are down here, ready to go. Light the engines. And this is one of the heavier rockets we've launched. But it will get us... Certainly will get us to Eve. Or not to Eve, sorry, to Minmus. It will certainly get us to Minmus. Finished construction of a Minmus rover. Gather surface deployed seismic sensor science from the surface of Minmus. Before we leave Minmus, probably after we get there, but before we leave, we'll check and see if there's any new contracts that pop up that we can meet the intent of. And then we'll leave. And then this mission, we're going to direct... it's a direct ascent again, but we're not going to try to do the whole go to the space station on this. We're just going to go straight down, which is why I've got the KV-3 Pomegranate, vice the lander. And, you know, what's funny is I used to not like the re-entry pods, the Pomegranate, the P, and the... whatever the other one was. But they're now actually some of my favorite capsules for short duration missions like these. I love them. We are going to stay here for a second. Our core stage on this rocket, I remember, actually doesn't have quite the thrust we want. But that's okay. It'll still get us up there. It's just going to be kind of an awkward angle for a little bit. There we go. Now we can start really bringing it down here. It just requires some more attention. Now we can go prograde. Never mind, just kidding, not quite. Almost we can go prograde, not quite. Now we can go prograde. Just kidding, again, not quite. We gotta go angled up slightly. We're like barely going to get into orbit with this thing somehow. Our staging on our final stage here is all jacked up, but that's fine. We'll compensate. This thing will have a silly amount of delta V, honestly, so I'm not too concerned. Because if we fix the staging real quick, so this guy goes here. This guy goes here. Yeah. 2596 is a lot. That's a lot for Minmus. You really, like, what's funny about Minmus is it's farther than the moon, but it's honestly almost easier to get to than the moon. Because the delta V requirements to maneuver around Minmus are so low because it's so small. It's only like an extra 100 or 200. I think it's about 100 meters per second extra delta V just to get up to it. Because the additional height, and you do have to be a little bit more careful about the timing. But then other than that, it's like to land on Minmus is honestly easier than to land on the moon. There we go. Let's pull to the left slightly. There's our intercept. And we actually have an intercept and a free return to the moon for 932. We'll time warp to that. Get our lander ready. At some point, once we unlock the required technologies, I want to start doing some in-situ resource utilization. and basically have a ship that can fly around the Kerbal system and refuel and not have to launch again. I think that'd be cool. All right, minute 20-second burn. We'll start at the 4-5 launch or ignite the engines. Extend these solar panels out. We can extend the magnetometer as well. Have that all out. I don't think we have any new... No, we don't. We should put a magnetometer on the science lab. Or at least bring some magnetometer data back to the science lab. I think that'd be good. Okay, looking good so far. $200 meters per second left. About a 1.2 thrust weight ratio. Engine bells are looking real hot. Nice. That's our lunar encounter passed. Oops, we are off. Okay, so we're going to have to make some adjustments. I'm going to do this next part manually. We have 166 meters per second of delta V left on this stage, which I'm hoping is enough to get this upper stage into orbit. If we can, we might have to kind of do this in a two-stage approach here. We should be able to control the upper stage remotely, right? It's got antennas and it's got a command disk on it. So I should be able to control it remotely. And if we detach the lander, we'll have a lot more delta V on that stage. What that'll let us do, hopefully, is have enough delta V to put it in orbit and then to deorbit it. Let's get our periapsis down just a little bit more. Okay, that's good enough. So yeah, we're going to separate these. I'm going to do the deorbit or the orbital capture burn on the... Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. We're going to do the orbital capture burn first for the upper stage, and then we'll do the orbital capture burn for the lander. Because I've got more delta V, I can play around with that a little bit more. And we'll do these prior to periapsis. About 2 minutes prior to periapsis is good enough. Let's go ahead and set this up about here. Split it. Keep pointing retrograde. Let me switch to this guy, which I can in fact control. But I am going to have to fly manual. That's okay. I've got 644 meters per second of delta V on this now, which is good. Should be all I need. Let's burn it and get it down. There we go. Sweet. Switch back to this lander. And well, we'll wait until we're actually at periapsis here. There we go. We're going to take this one a lot lower. Okay. where are we sitting at? Periapsis 46. $30 is fine. So now these two vehicles are both in orbit. And because this one is in a more inclined orbit, I'll be able to drop it faster. That's the idea, at least. Because I want it to hit the ground with some serious velocity, if possible. And then we want to land at this landing site right here. If possible. So let's bring our orbit down nice and tight. 10,000 is good. Coming around the top. And yeah, we'll go ahead and deorbit. I'm going to set the probe as our target. We'll burn a little east to try and come over the top of it. Hold on. There we go. And then again, burn a little bit that way, bit that way. There we go. All right, coming down over the lander now. Switch to the live view. A little bit more, it looks like. May need to actually like push past it there. There we go. That should do. 5 kilometers away and descending. Go ahead and lower the legs. Turn the lights on. Let's run a magnetometer report while we're down here, shall we? In space near. Hell yeah. 90.7, that's good. Will you be watching Flight 11 of Starship Super Heavy? I usually end up watching them after the fact. That's just when I tend to watch them. I'm almost never awake when they're supposed to be going on. Okay, trying to get my retrograde vector to push. The easiest way to think about it is this yellow retrograde vector is going to push my target, and I want to get it right on the dot in the middle of the nav ball. Because that's telling me where my relative velocities are. That should be about close enough. Any closer, and I think I'd be in danger of landing on top of it, but it looks like we'll land reasonably close to next to it. Yeah, it's a pretty Kerbal looking lander. I like the pomegranate, and it has done well for me. Touchdown. All right. So the lander's on the ground. Extend the ladder. Shut down the engines to prevent any accidents. I think I've already run the basic science for here. We are on the Great Flats, which is different from the flats we were on before. So these are new. We can do an analysis. That's all great. Good science. Run a crew report. Keep that. All right, sweet. So we've collected our batch of science. We don't have the electric charge required to transmit this stuff, unfortunately. But that's okay, because we have this rover over here. So let's get our engineer, Mattdorf. I should be able to climb all the way down. Yes, look at that. Oh, perfect. For the first time, I've set up ladders in a way that actually lets me climb down without having to use my pack. How fun. Let's get our engineer over to the rover and see what's missing. We've got lights. We've got a command module. We've got wheels. Do we not have batteries? Is that what we're missing? Interesting design here with the structural plates. I kind of dig it. It's got wheels. So is it just power that it's missing? We've got some batteries we can put on it, which should fix the power issues. I'm actually curious what it's missing. It might be power. Let's have Mattdorf come over to the pod. And get some batteries. Oh, it's probably, I'll tell you what it is. It's probably a lack of... Nope, can't do that. Okay. Let's just drop them then. Probably a lack of comms, really. Okay, let's walk over here. We'll put the batteries on it. We can put batteries just on like this front wheel here, I suppose. Assuming this is the front this way. I actually don't know if it is or not. I guess in the event that it's not the front, we can put them on both sides. And extend this antenna. And that antenna being extended, which I can manually extend, that should give us comms to it. Well, now that just ain't what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, turn the brakes back on. Let's try kinetic. Let's try kinetic nudging. Can we get it to move? All right, let's go traction control. Bring our drive limiter down to like 15% on each of the wheels. Lights work. SAS works. Brakes work. Doesn't want to move. Now, why does it not want to move? Let's try jumping on it. All right, Matt Dorf is using his training from the Kerbal Space Program Engineering School to troubleshoot the rover. All right, well, we can try rotating the wheels, maybe. It would appear that the wheels are kind of glitched. And it seems that by just rotating them, I have affected adequate change here. One of them is still glitched for sure, but you know, what's a rover without glitched wheels? Am I right? Okay, the back two wheels seem to want to turn or cooperate. Let's turn their steering off and push their drive limiter up to like 30. Invert it. Okay, okay. Pop the brakes again. Okay, so the back two wheels are engaged, are actually like physics engaged with the ground. Maybe if I accelerate time. Maybe. Don't flip. Do a full flip. Do a full flip. Oh, yes. Yes. All right, brakes off. It doesn't want to turn very much. Let's bring it up to 30. So it's a cool design. However, I don't think the wheels are actually engaging. Let's enable steering on these. Never mind. Let's disable steering on these because now I definitely can't control it. At least I could kind of control the steering. Okay. Yeah, these wheels are jacked up, my guys. Hey, spin around. Let's see if I can get it over towards Matt Dorf again for some additional work. I'm going to rotate the wheels to just be vertical. Hopefully without bouncing it into the air. That's the goal. I believe I have repair kits in the pomegranate. And then if the repair kits fail, I've also got 2 spare static solar panels I can throw on this. Let's go ahead and bring it to a stop here. Mattdorf, let's continue to do some work on this rover. I like the design. It actually is kind of a cool, fun little design. And maybe having the back wheels like more spidered out and the front wheels a little bit more straight will help. Nice. Nice, nice, good. That's good. That's good. That definitely won't bite me. Let's try that. Matt, if you might want to step out from in front of the rover here. There we go. Brakes off. So it can turn left. It can't turn right. For some reason. Oh, hold on. Let's time accelerate, bounce it. I fucking hate Kerbal Space Program ground physics. I can't stand it. It's the most buggy, broken, terrible, inconsistent system ever. There's no reason for these wheels to be doing what they're doing. They're just ignoring terrain. They're just being like, the train's not really there. It's ridiculous. It's actually terrible. This is one of my biggest gripes with KSB, and I love this game overall, but I hate this. I hate this. This is terrible. It's just glitched and it's bugged, and there's literally no excuse for it. Like the devs should be able to control this kind of nonsense. The thing can't turn right because the wheels are fucked. They're fucked, is the problem. And I can't really fix it in any meaningful way. If I try to fix it, let's quick save. Once I touch on the ground. Save the game real quick. If I try to fix this, right? Like I've got my engineer, we can try reattaching the wheels at different orientations or something and see if that helps. And I guarantee you the moment I like start messing with this proper, it'll just explode or bounce away. Right? It's like that's just what happens when you take parts off things and you put them on, it does that. And I'd be lucky if it lands back on all fours. Oh, and now it's running for it. Okay. SAS off, brakes on. Come back here, you. I'm not done with you yet. I'm going to land on top of it. Maybe my weight will help keep it from going nuts. Or maybe it'll kill me. That would be the funny thing to happen is I like touch something on this and then it kills me. Now that's upside down. Yeah, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be upside down? I mean, that makes sense. That's where I wanted it to go. There it is. There it is. That's what I'm talking about right there. Uncontrolled ascent. Just, yeah, send me flying. Break a solar panel. See if I care. And then double glitch me out. I'm floating. I hate it. I hate it. I hate how bad this is. I hate how impossibly bad they made this. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's inexcusably like there's no reason for a game that is as popular and as big as Kerbal Space Program to just have absolutely terrible physics when it comes to ground interactions. And you can say that the like aerospace physics modeling is all great and whatnot, and that's fine, but it's literally unplayable here. Like the game, I cannot play this as designed because the game won't let me, and that's ridiculous. That's like inexcusable. How can you be so bad at your job that you make something so broken as this? This rover is undrivable. I can't drive it. I can go forward and I can go backward, but I have no authority over turning it. And like the only way really to fix it is to just abuse the physics engine and try and force it to glitch out in a way that's in the way that I want it to, right? Like that's how I fix it is I make it glitch until it glitches the way that I want. And if you're ever in a point where you're developing a game and the only way to get it to work is to just kind of mess around with the physics engine until I break it or I unbreak it, then you're wrong and you're bad. You're bad at your job and you shouldn't have done that. And it's because like this game is just full of useless spaghetti code. It's unoptimized. It's really bad. It's really bad. And I don't think people realize that. It's my biggest gripe. It's my only gripe with Kerbal Space Program. Like this wheel is on the ground here. This wheel is engaged with some ground, but it's ground that's below the ground. And because these wheels are engaged with terrain at different points, if I turn left, it turns right. If I turn right, it also turns right. Let's try reversing inputs. Nope. If I turn left, it turns right. If I turn right, it turns right. It turns right. The vehicle is broken. And I need to drive this where? Where do I need to drive this? Way the fuck over here, huh? Right? Way over here. I can't. I cannot accomplish the mission as written. Let's try. All right. Maybe how to get rover unstuck from terrain KSB. Attempt to get the rover's rocket back and forth. Yeah. I guess we could fuck with the traction control maybe. Also, this wheel's high centered or like off again. It's a good thing I'm a patient man. Okay. Let's try messing with it. I don't get how people like Matt Lone can deal with this. Or like do they just know how to fix these problems? Let's try traction control. That's the one thing I haven't messed with yet is traction control. Because right now it's set to auto, but maybe I can... Maybe I can mess with it here. So traction control, auto, friction control. No. Yeah, here we go. Can I adjust wheel stress, motor, brakes, anything? Let's override everything. So like this wheel right here is free spinning. It's not, it doesn't think it's touching the ground. This wheel thinks it's touching ground. It's just touching the wrong ground. It's touching the ground below the ground. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Where it's like, this is kind of dumb, and why would they let it be this bad? And they've been working on this for years. This is not like a new problem. This is not a new anything. They've had years and years and years. And this isn't like a new patch to the game either. They've had vehicles, they've had these rover wheels in game from the beginning. The only thing that's new is the ability to modify your vehicles in flight. Does that sit on the ground? Okay. That wheel seems to want to cooperate. Now, I bet you if we come over here and we adjust this wheel, that wheel goes into the ground. We'll find out here in a second. Okay. All four appear to be up. Right? They all look like they're up. This has steering enabled. This has steering enabled. This has steering disabled. This has steering disabled. Let's enable all the steering now. And disable the ones in the back. All right, if I turn right, it turns right slowly. If I turn left, it turns left slowly. Okay, we might have fixed it. It's kind of controllable. It's, I feel like it should be turning more than it is. I guess the other thing I could try and fix that might be an issue is the angle on these wheels. No, let's not mess with the wheels anymore. Okay. Now, there are two more things I wanted to add to this, but they shouldn't impact anything else because this is just a for science kind of deal. Let's put that there. I'm going to put that there for now. Can we put this battery back here? Put the batteries on the back. Put that on the front. Put this on the top. And then rotate it around. Yeah, like that. Okay. 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 This should work. All right, Matt Dorf. Let's try it. Yeah? You want to try it? You want to get on board? All right. It seems to like cooperating now. So, we need to drive... What, north? Northeast? Over this way, it looks like. Ah, just kidding. The wheels decided they wanted to kill themselves again. Or Mattdorf's about to get bonked off. And that solar panel's down. Nice! Nice. Is that other solar panel going to crash? Maybe. Maybe not. Just kidding. Thought it was okay. That's on me. I should have known better. That's cool. It's a new issue. Let's see where that lands. Probably going to break the other solar panel too, for good measure. Nice. Yeah. Wheel no clips through the terrain a second time. And then bounces it the other direction. Let's go back to it. There goes the other solar panel. And look at that wheel. Look at that wheel down, deep down in there. Nice. Wait for it to, like, suddenly realize that it is, in fact, a physics object. And we can bounce Mattdorf off of it to slow it down. Let's apply the brakes. Alright, is that wheel going to want to wheel again? It says it does. It says it does, but it actually doesn't. Because you might notice it's not turning. It just isn't turning. Like, look. Can I turn steering on the other wheels to compensate? No, I can't. Because this one's actually reversed. There we go. Now I've got some steering authority to the left. Very little steering authority to the right. Which is cool. That's cool. Alright, let's get the rover over to the pod. Because we have to do repairs to it now, because it broke. It broke. It broke because it freaked out. And apparently, if I exceed 5 meters per second, just buckle up, because it's going to explode. Oh, this is the most rage-inducing part of this whole game. It's probably because they try to do some weird stuff, too. Alright, you stay there. Mattdorf. Mattdorf is glitched out. And he's climbing the stairway to heaven. There we go. Alright, so time acceleration will get him off the stairway to heaven. Mattdorf was ready to ascend to the next plane of existence. Bounce, bounce. Nice. Haha. Okay, that one was on me. I'm going to hit that solar panel, aren't I? No, I just missed it. Nice. Good job, Mattdorf. You recovered. Okay. Oh, I don't have repair kits anymore. Oh, okay. Well, just do it this way. It's what we brought these for. That's why we have these available. So why don't you set that there for now? We can put the batteries on the sides. And yeah, that'll work. That'll work right up until it also breaks. But assuming it doesn't break, that should work. Right about there. And then let's scoot it down and up. I want to try and protect this so that it doesn't get broken super easily by a collision. Because in case you haven't noticed, this thing likes to touch the ground very hard, very randomly. So right about there should be relatively protected. Okie dokie. Let's try this again. This time we're going to go nice and slow. Board vessel. Control from here. There we go. Now we can actually see what's going on. Oh, look at that. Now the wheels want to turn. So let's reverse the steering direction. Reverse the steering direction. Turn the brakes off. This is how it's supposed to handle. Okay, so after all that finagling, we have it doing the thing that it was always supposed to do. And I'm going to keep it real slow. Go about 3 meters per second. And we're just going to roll over here. Maybe bring it up to 4, maybe 5 if we're feeling spicy. We might as well... also, let's tap the brakes here before we get going too much farther. Let's give our brakes some actual authority. Let's quick save again. Maybe we turn off the steering on these back wheels. We just have the front wheel steer so that we don't oversteer on accident. Because I would hate for that to happen. Now we've got a scanner arm, and part of this mission, part of the plan, was to find an ovine structure and scan it with the scanner arm, because that's what we're here. We are here for science. We're not just here for money. We're here for science. And since we have this rover, it would make sense to, do science with it. Minmus Pioneer. Call it the Minmus Pioneer. Shorten the name. Get rid of the unfinished. It's finished now. It works. It's not broken. Let's see. There's an ovine structure over there, it looks like. It looks like that's the nearest geological feature right there. So once we drive into this radius, we'll head over to that. Start picking up some speed a little bit. See how it handles at 8 meters per second. I'm not going to turn going this fast. Okay, but we're starting to cruise a little bit. Landing site's almost a kilometer away. We haven't exploded or anything yet, which is good. I would try and put the wheels back down where they were originally, but I know that if I mess with the wheels anymore, it'll explode. So we're not going to do that. All the way up to 11.5 meters per second. Really rolling with some speed now. Oh, past our zone. Let's apply brakes. Okay, now that we're going slow enough, let's move the rover. I moved the rover. Apparently I wasn't quite lined up with our target area, so we're going to turn around and go back towards it. At least now I can actually drive the thing. It feels much better being able to drive it. Hello, everyone. If you're just joining the stream, I see we've got a couple people just joining in. We are on the surface of Minmus, the second moon of the planet Kerbal, where our brave Kerbals originated from. We went out here to repair and finish construction on a rover. This thing, it was a real pain in the back to get going. But now that we've got it up, and after abusing the physics engine until it worked, it actually handles pretty well. I swear, if the target is underground and I can't get to it, I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue. We drove right over it. I swear we drove right over it. Is it underground and I can't get to it? That would be the real kick in the balls right there. Is we do the contract finally. The rover works finally. And the target destination is underground. I bet you it is. Watch what happens. So we're pointing right at it. That's it right there, directly south of us. Right? And here we go. Here it goes. Here we go. It's underground. All right. That's it, game. You win. You win this round. I fail the contract. I fail the contract. You win. Let's go do something else. Let's go over here. We still have a functioning rover now. I'm not going to go to 4 times time acceleration, because 4 times time acceleration is when the game starts to break down. But we'll go 3 times. Cruising here pretty good now. We can take an EVA report from Minmus Great Flats. That's great. We're going to head over... So, since that all didn't work... Because why would it? Why would it work? It's Kerbal Space Program, not Dune New Origins. Oh. Let's put the brakes on here. Let's get down. Get us down in speed here. There we go. Come to a rest. Let's exit the seat. Leave the seat. There we go. Let's pick up this green sandstone. Yeah, let's pick this up. Now, we've already gotten one before. But why not grab another one? Also, let's do a surface sample, because I think we haven't done a surface sample from the Great Flats. No, we have not. Okay. Back to our voyage. So our target is over here. And let's go up to 3 times time acceleration. So we're going pretty quick over here. That's the structure we're driving towards. And once we get over there, we will scan it with our little scanning arm we've got equipped on the front of this rover. Moving nice and fast now. There's some other structures up there, but I think they're all basically the same. This one might be different. Unsure. I'm not really sure. There's another green rock, but we already have a rock, so no need to grab 2. And we'll keep driving. This thing still pulls slightly to the left, but within a correctable amount now. All right, we're almost at that structure over there. Looks like there's another green sandstone up ahead. Ooh. Okay, let's go ahead and slow down. I'm going to go ahead and max the brakes on the back wheels. Can I get this in range? There we go. Scan. Not enough electric charge. No! No! All of that. This isn't enough battery for the charge. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so crazy, guys. This is such a crazy time we're having over here. All right. All right. All right. Well, there's one more thing we can try to do with this broken, janky rover. Let's come up onto the slopes here. Because I think right here at the base, where it transitions from perfectly flat to a little bit of an incline, is the slope biome. And we should be able to get a new set of science. I don't really have anything to store the science on, do I? No, I don't. Well, that's fine. We'll do this. Please don't crash. 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 Stop crashing. Stop crashing. Stop crashing. Stop crashing. Correct yourself. Correct yourself. Correct yourself. Oh, we got a wheel under the ground? Yay! We got a wheel under the ground. You know what that means, everyone. We're going flying. Ow. All right, Matt Dorf. Once you finish bouncing around, we'll see if the rover can... We'll see if the rover comes to a stop. At this point, I'm not optimistic. I think it'll actually accelerate. I think it's going to go faster and faster. Oh, that's still the Great Flaps. All right, let's try getting up the mountain a little bit while the rover thinks about its life. It's kind of slowing down. It's not slowing down. All right, Mattdorf. Try now. This is lowlands. Maybe down in the between of them. I at least have enough. Well, I almost have enough. Let's hop down the hill a little farther. There should be a slopes biome. Nope, it's all Great Flats. All right, let's try and right the rover. Nope, you bounce as well. Wow, this is going super well, guys. Look at that rover. It's going to explode. Turn the brakes on. Maybe turning brakes on will slow it down. That's a pretty cool breakdancing move it's doing, though. It is running out of speed. It's slowing down. Every impact is slowing it down. Kind of. All right, maybe we take Mattdorf and we just bump it. We're just getting its way. During its next swing, we just get in its way, you know? You know what I'm saying? We just like... Ow. Did that slow it down at all? Kinda. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, now it's just going to be upside down. Upside down, I can flip an upside down rover. Nope, look at that wheel. See that wheel right there? Is this broken? No, it's not even broken. Look at that. All right. Look at that. We recovered the rover. It's useless. Because it doesn't even have the electric charge we need to get it to go places. Okay. Nice and steady. Let's see if we can just roll it. Roll it across the Great Flats. We got all the way out here. Let's get back to our station. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's handling 4 times time acceleration pretty well. That's cool. Honestly, that's kind of cool. We're doing 4 times time acceleration. This might kill Matdorf at this point, though. So, you know, there's risk. There's always risk. Seeing the first mountain over there on the horizon. Another green sandstone. I mean, the Great Flats, they are flat. That is true. A plus to this is it's making getting around the surface a lot faster. Like we can travel, the 5 kilometers back to base here with relatively easy, not too out of control or anything. You just got to start braking early. Here's one thing we can try. Okay, so there's one more thing I'd like to try before we give up on the contract, right? So let's turn ever so slowly. Let's turn back towards our destination, our target zone. Oh, not that aggressively. There we go. Nice and easy. Let's roll over to it one more time. And then once we're where we think it should be, because it's underground, we'll time warp and see if maybe just like the planet isn't perfectly circular and something silly like that, where we can get it to pass us over on an orbit maybe, or like a revolution of the planet, and then it puts us back in range of it. I don't know. I'm spitballing here a little bit. Oh, I'm spitballing a lot, but I'm just trying to come up with something. Or yeah, we could spin. We could spin. Nice. Okay, we didn't spin too far though. All right, let's scoot back over here. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. A leisurely 3 meters per second. Okay, so I'm gonna brake. Let's try driving away from it again. And see if it magically pops up. Okay, there it is. There it goes. Nope. Ain't in the cards. See that? See that, everyone? Game's broken. It wants me to fail. Okay, let's get the rover pointed back towards the spacecraft. We'll deploy our science. We'll conduct our science. We'll do all the things that we otherwise came here to do. We'll see if we can get a seismic impact. And I guess a plus is we've got the rover, and we can leave the rover here. Like, we don't have to lose the rover, so we can put some scientific experiments on it. We can put the seismic probe. I think I have a seismic probe on the ship. Train Shark 5213 asks, would you be able to make the endurance from Interstellar in orbit around a gas giant to get strange matter? Kinda, no, but yes, but no. You can collect antimatter with the mods that I have installed. You need antimatter for the FTL engines that are available in the game, the very late stage game. There's a lot. We are not anywhere near that. We are not anywhere near that. That is going to be a long ways off, and many missions. Okay, let's get this to park. Let's apply the parking brakes. Let's have him leave the seat. I've had about enough of the rover. We're gonna do the actual science that we can do, which is to deploy these photovoltaic cells. I'm just gonna plop them down right here. All right. Eileen and Hayden need to get down on the surface to get some experience. Let Eileen plant the flag. She is the mission captain after all. At least my lander works nicely. The stuff that I build works nicely. The stuff that the game pre-renders for me or pre-builds for me, absolute garbage. Unequivocal, complete, and utter garbage. Just the way I like it, you know? Go ahead and plant our flag here at the landing site. Yay, we got our flag. All right, this is Min-Miss Ranger 3, I believe. Landing site. Mattdorf, Eileen, and what's her... And that other Kerbal. And that other scientist, we forget her name, landed safely on Minmus to conduct seismic studies of the Greater Flats and to repair equipment left here by previous missions. It's a good plaque. All right, what was the other scientist's name? Hayden. Sorry, Hayden. I apologize for forgetting your name. Let's go and get these experiments. So, Greater Flats, Mystery Goo, keep. Did we already do that one? Oh, yeah, we did. Well, we'll take the temperature, take the data, store the data. We'll have Hayden here. let go of this ladder. Come on. Nope, let go of that ladder. You can do it. Nope, let go of that ladder. There we go. Climb down this ladder. There we go. Good job, Hayden. All right. Let's get our experiments up. So we've got the goo. Everyone's favorite experiment, the goo. Let's get that. We can set the experiments up over here. They just need to be in close proximity of each other. That's fine. Let's get the experiment control station up. Let's get our comms sat, our ground-based communications dish up. That can go right there. And then the seismometer. This one we're going to push a little farther away. I like the idea of the seismometer, you know, because it needs to measure vibrations, right? And if it's too close to the equipment over here, it's going to pick up vibrations from the equipment over here. The motors, even the electrical currents can cause it to have spurious signals. All right, this guy's giving us science now. The only thing left to do, really, is one, get everyone back on board. So we'll start with Eileen. We'll just use her jetpack to board the craft. We'll leave the rover alone. I'm done with the rover. Rover was a no-go. We'll get Hayden and Matt Dorf's equipment back on their backs. Climb out. There we go. Board. The shitty rover over there that I don't like. And here's Matt Dorf. Now, Matt Dorf has the samples, the EVA reports, all that. So we're gonna... He'll get in and he'll store all that scientific data we gathered. That'll be good. Let's get him up. Give him his equipment back. For some reason, he doesn't want to climb up the ladder. That's fine. We'll just have him go all the way up. There we go. Matt Dorf, do you not want to get in the pod? You understand that this is your ticket home, right? Like, this is how you go home, Matt. So you need to get in the pod. You need to get in the pod. Let's try this. There we go. All right. He's in the pod. All the science has been collected. It's time now for the last part of this mission. So we have the Minmus 3 Ranger probe. We're going to switch to this guy. And we're going to bring it down as best we can. We're going to bring it down in the greater flats. And we're going to collide it into the ground. It's got about 600 meters per second of delta V, which should be more than enough. It's got electricity and it's got signals, so we should be able to fly it. Let's get it going retrograde. Go the other way. Sorry, when I said the other way, I meant the other way. That looks like a decent shot, I would say. In fact, it's too far, so we need to go back a little bit. Got plenty of delta V to make all these little adjustments here, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, let's get it going retrograde again so we have a collision point. And that's good enough. And actually, that's pretty spot on. Because it's tumbling now 209 meters per second. And we'll just give it everything it's got. Accelerate here as much as we can. Or instead, is it gonna skip? Did we? Oh, son of a bitch! No, 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 no. Hold on. When was that last autosave? Day 60, 4 hours, 53 minutes. The persistent. I think that's the autosave, is the persistent. Whoopsies. We overshot a little bit. Should have pointed it at the ground. Instead, I kicked it into an escape trajectory. Okay, this takes me back to the Kerbal Space Center. What's the status of the mission, though? Let's go back to Minmus and see where everything falls out. My Kerbals are safe. I'm sure my Kerbals are safe. I'm sure they're safe. They're fine. They're fine. It's fine. Here's Minmus Pioneer. KSP Minmus Ranger 3. All the Kerbals are back in their ship. So yeah, this should be us. All right, we're going to crash the thing into the ground. This time for real. This time for real. All right, let's see if we can't finish this out strong here. Yeah, okay. We're in the right spot. So let's burn and get ourselves pointed retrograde. And it's actually just a little too far. Okay. Now, accommodating for the rotation of Minmus, this should put us just past. And that's okay. It's okay that we're just past. Because we can correct. All right. Our piece of space junk is floating. It's floating. It's floating. It's floating. Just going to crash it right here. Nice and hard crash. And our seismic probes should pick it up. Not too bad. That was 35%. No, it was 100%. That was all the seismic sensor science that we needed. Catastrophic failure. No. It was not a catastrophic failure. It was a planned collision with the ground. The game calls that a catastrophic failure. I call that a monumental victory. Monumental victory right there. 240 science, plus the science on board, plus completing that contract. That's worth the trip. All right. Let's pick up, one, we can terminate these two missions. Jebel and Samlin's scraps are just debris at this point. Minmus Ranger 3, let's fly that. Take control of this, we'll fly this out of here. Yeah. Yep. Ready, steady. Let's get her into orbit. I gotta activate the engine first, don't I? Yeah, I do. There we go. Let's go ahead and retract this ladder. And we'll retract the second ladder as well. Both those can come up. Let's get flight stability online. And we are out of there. Can't warp faster than 1 times while below 3,000, below 6,250. Oh, come on. We can warp a little faster, can't we? Can I start circularizing, maybe? I mean, we're basically in an orbit right now, game. I feel like I should be able to go faster. Let me go faster, please. Please, please, please. Oh, because we're just barely going to clear this mountain. Oh, actually, we're just barely going to clear this mountain. Hold on. Whoop. Here we go. Okay. Now we're out. Let's go this way. Okay. Now we can time warp however much we want. Let's start our planned return, shall we? So we want to come around to about our ascending node, actually. Right about here. Let's go prograde. We're going to bring that along to about an easterly heading, which looks good. Bring periapsis down. That's good. Good enough. Oh, I didn't do the magnetometer in faraway minus space. Oh well. That's a missed out opportunity. Let's go retrograde. Expend some of this fuel. Okay, final checks. Anything else that I want to take? I think I've already collected it all. Yeah, that's everything. All right. Separate. Will fall, but eventually atmospheric drag should right us. There it is. Our ablator is getting spent up. We're hot, but we're not overheating. So far, so good. Looks like we'll have a nice clean descent. Yep. What biome are we coming down over? Desert again? Looks like desert. All right. Or grasslands, one of the two. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shoot release. 2. Shoot open. And we are coming down about 9 meters per second. Survivable. And we're done. All right. Let's recover. That is the Minmus expedition complete. We've got some science on board. We got 240 science just from crashing that upper stage into the ground. We got one contract done. The other contract is broken, which is awesome because I have to take a loss on it. Even though I took all that time and effort to make it work, we have to take a loss on that contract, which just rustles my jimmies. Really does just rub me the right way right there. It's awesome. It's awesome that that happened. We do have 747 science. And we've leveled up Hayden and Eileen, which is great. Hmm. Position a satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon. It's pay 70. We'll take it. Haul an IFS cryogenic dual tank into flight above Kerbal. We could do that as well. This one we're going to cancel. Which, ouch. We lose some money. We lose some rep, but we'll be okay. So we have 2 contracts to put 2 separate satellites in orbit around the moon in actually very similar orbits. Unmanned probe has an antenna, can generate power, must be fully assembled when launched. So these are both very similar missions with very similar orbital targets. And you know what that means? It means we get to do them on the same mission. And then we will go back and adjust that satellite orbit here too. That'll be quick. This mission should be quick. This should not be hard. And we've already got like a standardized template launcher for it. So let's go for this. All right, open. Let's see. We've got a whole bunch of different Lunar Rangers, Orbiter, Sat Launcher template. What did this look like? Yeah, this will do. This alone will be enough to get us there. We're gonna get rid of all this, all that. I'm gonna take the Probodyne Octo 2 as my base. This will cost a little bit of money, but I like having the authority or the flight characteristics it gives me. I'll take that up, bring this down, connect it. So that's the base of the rocket right there. Everything else about the rocket is going to stay the same. We will add, for good measure, just a couple of solar panels around the sides. I've had one too many mission fail because I forgot about those. And then we will also add a communitron so that we can keep comms with the satellite. Very basic. Now, the next part, we're going to add a modular girder segment. We're going to have 2 of these radial decouplers. I'm going to use the scale tool to bring that down in size a little bit. And we'll bring it down to like 40% detachment force. It does not need a lot of detachment force here. Fuel tanks. Give me an Oscar. And then engines. Give me the Spider. And actually, let's set this up this way. Like that. There we go. So that's going to be the fuel tank. And then for the probes themselves, command and control, inline reaction wheel, pods, QBE. The cube. So these will be additional probe bodies here. Now, they're going to need some power generation. We can accomplish that with... Well, and actually, let's put this back up here. Let's design the whole thing up here, and then we can just do it all in one go. Power generation right there. Let's see. Was there anything else that needed to go on these? Magnetometer. Generate power. Must be fully assembled on launch. Okay, so not really. Pretty straightforward. That looks kind of silly. Let's drop that. And let's just have a couple of batteries. Doesn't need a lot. These are minimalist satellites here. We will put a little relay antenna on top. like that. Maybe get it a little lower, a little farther down. There we go. And then we need the magnetometer, which is right here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. And we just need the one magnetometer boom right there. I'm going to scoot this in a little bit. Like that. Okay, so that's the satellite. I'll grab this and put it right there. Sorry. Grab this, put it right there. And I just have to edit the fairing to make space for him. There we go. So that's our payload, the two little satellites. And then otherwise, this rocket's pretty much ready to go. Not a whole lot more that needs to be done to it. Let's just check delta V, 1.25. And 2529 meters per second. This will get 1523 in atmosphere, 3625 in orbit. So that's plenty. There's plenty, plenty, plenty. And then the pro to this is I can use the satellite bus, which is this upper stage, to get them in the correct orientation. And then once I've done that, I can crash it into the moon because I have some seismic probes on the moon. So we can crash it into the moon for science. Yay, science! So let's give it a whirl. Let's see how it does. Lift off. Just make sure my staging is correct there before we hit space. And we'll start pitching over. We'll go to 3 times time acceleration. This is not a new launch profile. Not at all. In fact, this is well trodden ground here. Some would call this a routine launch. No space launch is routine, but if a space mission were to be routine, this would be a routine space mission right here. Not that I would ever call one of my space missions routine. Every one of them is a daring, bold new adventure. But this one's kind of routine. All right. Main engine cutouts, separation. Second stage is burning. Go ahead and bring us down here. There we go. All right. Second engine cutoff. Let's do our coast up to apoapsis. Get rid of the fairing. This will get us into orbit. Yep. All right, now let's time warp around to the moon. And fire the engines for our translunar injection burn. We've got 2,000 meters per second of delta V on this stage, which is plenty, absolutely plenty to get this done. And as we get closer, we'll slow down, and then we'll start trying to angle or position ourselves for a nice, neat orbital insertion into our contract's target orbit. Okay, that should be good enough. Anything else we can correct from there, but let's go ahead and fly towards the moon. We should be coming relatively low. I don't know if this has like actual target orbits or if I just need to get within orbital parameters for this. We'll see. We'll find out. What would be funny is if... Okay, no, it's two separate orbits. That's fine. Let's go radial in. Stability assist and burn. Because we need to be going the opposite direction for both of these orbits, I believe. Yep. $190. Okay, so we'll go for the top one first and then burn down to the bottom one. Okay. Capture burn. Let's burn radial out. $190. $189. That's close enough. Okay. Let's go anti-normal because we're going opposite our normal direction here. Okay, so that's one satellite done. Let's go ahead and decouple it. Extend its solar panels. Extend its magnetometer. Light its engines. And control from here. Okay, so the controls on this are a little funky wonky, but that's okay. That's one satellite deployed. And then we'll go deploy the other satellite here in a second. I'm going to go ahead and rename this to Moonsat 3, I believe. I believe this is the number 3 satellite. Let's go ahead and we'll drift for a little bit and get kind of away from that one. And then let's add a maneuver to get our orbit down to this next orbit. About 12 meters per second of delta V in 4 minutes. 0.3 second long burn. Very, very quick burn. It won't actually be 0.3 seconds because I'm not going to use full throttle on this. We'll just do it over the course of like 3 or 4 seconds. I value the precision here more than anything else. And these two satellites should separate. Excellent. We'll go ahead and decouple. Swap over to it. Extend its solar panels. Extend its boom. Activate its engines. And that just leaves the bus. Now, the bus has an extra 1,000 meters per second of delta V to work with here. And I have a ground station that is ready to receive a seismic impact analysis. So we'll wait till we're a little closer. Probably right about here. Let's go retrograde. Burn till about there. And then we can go radial in for the rest of it. We're out of comms. We're out of charge. We're out of charge. Well, that's okay. Close enough. And impact. We should have gotten that a lot closer. It was actually not as much as I was hoping for. That's okay. So what's the satellite? Minsat 2. Switch over to Minsat 2. Close that menu. Let me go to Minsat 2. There we go. Where is it? There it is. Oh, is it because I'm dead I can't control anything? Man. Alright, tracking station. I was hoping to just be able to swap directly to it, but it won't let me, so we'll have to go to the tracking station. Those two satellite launches should net us about 150,000, I think. Oh, I didn't rename that other satellite either. Oops. I'll do that. I'll do that here in a second. Let's adjust Minsat 2, then we'll go adjust that. All right, Minsat 2. It needs its periapsis lowered. Okay. This is an easy contract. Easy satellite to fly. No problem whatsoever. All right, here is Minsat 2, our beautiful little satellite. And I think we can just go straight for it. Yep. Done. Hold it for 10 seconds. Easy contract. Easy money. Easy money. Right here. In the bag. It's in the bag. It's in the bank account. Boom. Now, let's go back to the moon. Moonsat 3. So Moonsat 1, 2, 3. This should be Moonsat 4. Let's rename this guy. I like keeping all my satellites named things that are easy to remember or keep track of. I feel like it's important to have a good naming scheme for your vehicles. Otherwise, you get lost in the sauce a little bit. All right, rename. This guy is Moonsat 4. That kept, right? Yeah. All right. Back to the Space Center. So that's another 3 contracts knocked out. We're stacking them up. We're stacking up contracts like bodies, but we're going to need some serious money to get our research and development labs upgraded. 3 million is a bit of a silly number, all right? 3 million is a very ridiculous number. And it's not for lack of science, it's for lack of funds. 100, so we're at 100, almost 1.4 million. This one would pay out another bit. Test a direct cycle nuclear turbojet on an escape trajectory out of Minmus. Absolutely not. No. The game really is gearing me up to go to Dune. So we have 2 contracts. One to land on Dune and one to get science data back from Dune. So I think it's time to go to Dune. We still have these asteroid mapping missions. Let's go to the tracking station and see where everything sits. Because if I remember correctly, to get to Dune, we want to be slightly behind it in orbit. And right now we are not. Where's Dune right now? Oh, actually, we are kind of lined up for a perfect shot to Dune. I think it's time to do a Dune mission. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to land on Dune. All right, so we need to land on Dune. Before we do that, let's go to the research station because we've had some time pass. Let's see how much science they've accumulated. Transmit that down to Kerbal. We'll go to the research and development lab, see if there's any technologies we can unlock to help us land on Dune. I am not going to send any Kerbals on this. This is not going to be a one-way Kerbal trip. This is going to be unmanned, so we're going to have to transmit science back. As a rule, I am not going to do any missions where I leave Kerbals behind, right? That's another restraint that I'm putting on myself, is we're not going to abuse the fact that Kerbals don't require food or water to survive. And we're going to try and minimize the number of Kerbals we kill. All right, let's transmit our science. There we go, 370 science added to the pot. Let's load up the next set of experiments. And keep the rest. Keep it at about 10 science per day. All right. That puts us at like 1,000 science, I think. Or something. We're gonna have enough here to gain a lot. Oh, Clocky Clock. Welcome back. We are getting ready to land on Dune. It's the big mission. We finished our Minmus expedition. We launched a pair of satellites around the moon, adjusted the orbit of our Minmus satellite, just downloaded some science from our orbital lab, which is paying huge dividends. We have 2 contracts that were available. We might do a rover. If we do a rover, it's going to be pre-assembled because I am going to blow my brains out if I have to assemble another rover on a planet. Here's what I'm thinking. One of these techs. Advanced metalworks, large volume containment. There's an inflatable heat shield, I thought. I thought we had an inflatable heat shield. Maybe not. Maybe we don't have an inflatable heat shield. Heavy aerodynamics. Graphene fairing. Goliath turbofan. Big wings. Advanced metalworks. Clampotron shielded. Modular girder. Inflatable airlock. Nope. Large volume containment. That's the big tanks. Where is... I swear, one of these is, like, inflatable heat shield. It's a thing, right? Does anyone know what tech the inflatable heat shield's under? Because I thought it was relatively easy to get, too. But maybe I'm wrong. I must be wrong. Nuclear power would be a crazy thing. Land a nuclear reactor on Duna? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Inline thermal receiver. Mark II thermal receiver. No, no, no. Heavy landing. There it is. Okay. So I want this. So we're going to get advanced landing. We're going to research that. And we're going to get heavy landing to get the inflatable heat shield. Because this is going to be our... This is going to be our way to... Basically, we're going to save on fuel by just having it... aero brake with this huge heat shield to cover up the whole thing. Now we still have 702 research. I'll go ahead and finish up specialized control. And then we're kind of at the limit for what we can do. We can do large volume containment to get the big fuel tanks, and that's about it. All right, let's go to the vehicle assembly. We need to start planning out our lander. It needs quite a bit of electric charge, some big parachutes to get it through the atmosphere. I'm not going to put any fuel or rocket engines on it. It's a one-way down, descent via parachute only kind of design, right? We're going to use the Propulsion Octo 2 with a advanced inline stabilizer. We might be able to get away. For this part, we might be able to get away with the small inline reaction wheels. For the actual descent module. Thermal. Let's get that heat shield. So that's going to go on the very bottom. Let's design the rest of the probe. So science. Let's start with science. The Science Junior. Atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. And the surface scanning module will go on the sides here and here. We'll have a double the seismic thing. We'll do the 2 hot. We'll do the barometer, and we'll put these at 120 degree angles from each other. Electrical. Big old battery bank to keep it charged. And we're going to get 3 of these. I should be able to see each of the experiments. Yep. Sweet. So that sits nicely there. Parachutes. We're going to have some parachutes on it. So I'm going to use the Mark 16 parachute on the top. And I'm going to have 2 parachutes on the sides of this battery. This battery is going to serve as our base for the lander. Can I get a structural tube? Structural fuselage? It's the wrong diameter. so this is what the heat shield will look like. The arrow braking. That's pretty sick, ain't it? That's pretty cool. I like that. Hey, Green New Origins is back. Welcome. Let's see. I mean, that's kind of it. Will this detach? Can I detach this? Do I need to detach this? Let's assume that I need to detach this. So let's add a decoupler there. And we'll add a decoupler here. Okay. Landing legs would be a good idea, probably. So I'm thinking we go with the micro struts, actually. This will be kind of a wide-based lander, which will look a little funky. But we can do the cubic octagonal struts to make it look a little less funky, maybe. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay. Is there any other scientific experiments I can bring down? The other thing I was thinking is the surface sample drill. But I might need to redesign this. If we do that. Actually, yeah, maybe we redesign this. What if I did have a fuel tank? It doesn't have to have any fuel in it, per se. We could just have a base, basically, to add this to. It can be empty to keep it nice and light. And paint it orange. Maybe we throw a... Nah, I don't know. Let's start over. Maybe we don't need the inflatable heat shield just yet. I like the idea of it, but we might actually just not need it. It might be excessive. Let's go something a little bit more traditional. Let's throw a regular old engine on here. With a Terrier. So we could do a propulsive landing. And then just the regular LT1 struts. Because then that gives us a little bit more room to attach stuff. For instance, I could do 4 solar panels over the legs. We're trying to land on Duna. We're landing on Duna. I'm trying to debate if I want to do a rover too, because if we have a propulsive landing, then even if we don't have a rover, we could go and man, I gotta think about this. I gotta actually think about this. Okay. New idea. Fuel tanks. This fuel tank. Engines. Do these gimbal at all? The thuds? They do gimbal. But they're a little overpowered. These give me 32 kilonewtons. This gives me 60 kilonewtons. What if we did... Hear me out. Hear me out. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. Is anyone kind of seeing where I'm going with this? Is anyone seeing where I'm going with this? Maybe this next piece will illuminate it for some of you. No? Okay, well you might eventually. We're gonna add a, where is it? Engine plate. Structural tube. Okay, so this is important because it lets me attach this. Okay, that really wants to go on the side for some reason. We'll let it go on the side. We can still move it where I want it to go. Right there. Because then thermal. That's too much. It's too much. Let's go medium. Is that enough room? Is that enough cargo space? Okay, this may... All right. I might look crazy right now. I might look crazy, but I'm not crazy, okay? Because you know what I can put under here? I can put all sorts of crazy stuff under there. Put a decoupler on it. Like a rover. I can put a rover under the lander. We can have the lander hover, drop a rover onto the ground, and then land the rover nearby. That's what I'm thinking about doing, guys. That's what we're talking about right now. Imagine it. Feel it. Internalize it. I'm going to put the science experiments right there. Let's switch out the small parachute for the large parachute. Effective diameter 2.5, fully deployed. Fully deployed effective diameter 5, 1.2. How does that compare? 0.8 to 0.7. So that should be enough. Well, actually, hold on. How do these compare? 1.6, 4, 1.3. So maybe I do 3 shoots like this. We still need comms. No comms, no mission. We'll put the comms antenna right here. Like that. Okay. I don't know if this lander has the thrust weight ratio. Let's look. Dune at sea level. Let's scoot this up. I'm thinking. Pardon the lack of commentary, but I'm thinking. Trying to make sure I don't jack this up. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Trying to figure out where to put everything. So these engines give me a 6.58 thrust weight ratio. So that should be plenty. Eventually these parachutes will give way. Maybe we swap these out for drogue chutes. Yeah? Drogue chutes instead? Because that makes a little bit more sense. We use the drogue chutes to decelerate. The lander has a generous thrust weight ratio to kill the last of that velocity, and plenty of delta V Even in atmosphere, these verniers will give us plenty of force. We just take it nice and easy down to the ground. I think that'll do. Let's also, just for good measure, pull this off real quick. Let's throw some spotlights on here so I can see what I'm doing. I'll put them right there. That's fine. Okay. So, mission profile, right? Assume there's a rover in here. We're ready to enter the atmosphere. We retract the solar panels. Inflate the heat shield. Aerobraking maneuver with this giant, awesome inflatable heat shield. Isn't it cool? Isn't that awesome? It's got just a big thermal blanket and a bunch of inflatable rings. This thing punches through the atmosphere. I separate the heat shield. Drogue chutes deploy. It decelerates to the ground about 5,000 feet up, depending on velocity. Once we get slow enough, I cut the drogue chutes, fire the vernier rockets, and we lower ourselves to the ground. Before we hit the ground, I drop the rover. I then fly the lander off to the side. Drogue shoots, then heat shield. Good point, clocky clock. Drogue shoots, then heat shield. Okay. So here, we're already getting some good staging advice, right? So this comes first. Drogue shoots, heat shield separation. Then the verniers fire. I think this goes with, yeah. That goes with. This might be an extra part. We might not actually need this part. I hope this structural plate doesn't fall off. We might have to run a test on the ground real quick. Just to make sure it does what I think it does. Let's run a test on the ground real quick. This is just a hardware test. I just want to make sure that the structural plate doesn't detach from the bottom, and then it just detaches the stuff on the side. I will see. We'll see. I just want to see where that detach point is on the bottom of the rover, or not the rover, the bottom of the lander where the rover will sit. I want to see how that all packs in there. Once it loads, there we go. Okay. So one, let's inflate. That's hilarious. Okay, so the detacher is perfectly not needed. That's the drogue chutes. That whole thing comes off as one piece. All right. We're going to save ourselves some parts here. It's a top. If we could get it spinning fast enough, yeah, it would be. Okay, so I have more pieces here than I actually need. We can pull a couple of these off. Really, we can just pull the one off. This is not necessary. Right. So drogue chutes, that comes away. Verniers. Probe deploys. We land it. We'll call this the KSP Dune Pioneer. Green Juno New Origins. Hello. And yeah, it kind of does look like a top. Okay. So that's the probe body. Now we're going to pods. Let me throw another octo down. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make this a sub-assembly. Duna Aero Brake Lander. Save it. Hey, $2, Green Geo New Origins. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go switch editors. We need to design our rover now. So I want to do the Probodyne Rove Mate. It actually is just a good... What are you doing all the way up there? Get down from there. Get down from there. What are you doing? All right. It's not dollars. It's R. It's R dollars. What currency is that? Is that the Brazil currency of Brazil? I'm unfamiliar. I apologize. Let's do the Rove Max wheels. We'll do 2x symmetry and snap to frame. Gotcha. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you have enjoyed what I've been doing so much that you think that it is worth giving me money. I do not ask for money, but it is appreciated. All right, so that's what those look like. Start retracted. They tuck up under the carriage quite nicely. We might need to lower them ever so slightly. All right, second set of wheels. We'll slap them on there. We'll rotate them around. So this is going to be the rover that goes underneath the lander, right? And I'm going to do my best to get these wheels lined up. And the trick that I like, if I'm not using the grid snap to get a close lineup, is to put them on top of each other. Is that perfect? No, but it's very close. It's very close to being accurate. And we'll move these all the way to the back. Turn the grid snap back on. And then look at that. They tuck up under the carriage so nicely, so nicely. I do want to have some command and control in the form of a small inline reaction wheel. I guess that can go on the front. We'll scoot it into the rover a little bit, just like that. Not quite like that. Like that. It's got a little red eye. See, guys? Firstly, what do you want to do? Well, what I want to do is not absolutely ruin this mission. Let's start there. Communications. We're going to keep it simple. We're just going to have a single Communitron antenna. And I'm going to kind of dig this in a little bit. Because theoretically, this will be able to communicate with the lander. And we do already have a satellite in orbit overhead that is acting as a relay. So it just needs to be able to reach out to that relay. And this should be adequate. It should be adequate. The other option is we throw a high gain on it. And maybe the high gain would be better. In fact, I'm starting to think that the high gain might be the right answer here. Because I'm just thinking about the distance that satellite is, and having the high gain antenna might be important. Because it's a little ways out there. The Communitron DTS M1 certainly has the range. These guys might not have the range. 1.12 billion meters? 1.12 billion meters? That should be far enough. We are going to put a medium scanning arm on it. And this is the primary science payload of the rover right here, is this medium scanning arm. Let's see where the center of mass lines up. Okay. We're going to have temperature, pressure, seismic accelerometer all sitting on the back here. And we'll have 2 mystery goos available on the sides right there. Electrical. I was hoping I'd be able to have an attachment point there. But seeing as I'm not, we'll have 2 big old batteries here. And we'll tuck them up. Let's see this thing deployed. Start these extended. Preview scanning range. Let's rotate this, actually. That's not how I wanted to rotate that. Never mind. Scrap that for a second. We'll put that back on in a minute. And then we need power. So, initial thought is we just do kind of solar panels over its surface. Yeah, let's start with these. Because we can lay these down the middle of it just fine. And then let's undo the toggle snap, do 2-way symmetry, and have 2 here. Like that. Now we put the high gain antenna on right here. We rotate it around. Dang flabbit. We put the high gain antenna on right there, I guess. That's fine. Don't mind me. I'm just arranging the parts on this to make it make sense. There we go. Ad break. Classic YouTube ad breaks. All right. Backup antenna on the back there, just in case we lose comms at any point. I guess actually we have to remove this one. Actually, this solar panel arrangement doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. We're going to have to do something else. I suppose we could go for the extendable. Like that. Yeah, I think that'll do. Let's snap this. I'm going to rotate it around, though, to be the other way. I think that'll be fine. All right, what do we think about our rover? What do we think? What do we think? Opinions, people. Let's get some opinions on the board. Perfecto. Now, the only problem that I'm going to have at this point is connecting the rover to the ship, right? So she folds up nicely, that's for sure. She does fold up quite nicely. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Can move this a little bit more center line. Like that. That looks good. I think that looks good. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to add? I guess we could add some spotlights on the front. Now it's got a little face. That's fun. Gave it a little face. But yeah, we got comms, we got power, we got batteries, we got all the science I can really reasonably carry on board. The surveyor. I guess we could bring just a little bit more electric charge. If I move these back slightly, have them angled, and then put the batteries like there. And then does that interfere with the wheels? No, that should be fine. We can also scoot those batteries in just a little bit, like so. So it's just the batteries that are visible. You gave me 20 cents. Yeah. I'll take 20 cents, dude. Any day, I'll take 20 cents. If anyone else wants to give me 20 cents, please feel free. Or don't, it's fine. Makes no difference to me. Yeah, I think that's about it. And then just hopefully we don't flip this over. That would suck. If we flip this over, that would suck. But that's about all the science I can reasonably put on it. I'm going to save this as a separate vehicle. And then I'm going to take a quick break because I've been at this for a little bit. I need to use the restroom. But when we come back, we will put this together with the lander. We'll put it on the stack and we'll launch it to Dune. So just bear with me for 1 second. All right, I am back. Let us begin putting this all together. So I've saved this vehicle. Let's switch editors, I guess. And there's our rover right there in the VAB. Now here's the thing I don't know how to do. I don't know how to save this whole thing as a subassembly. Which is a bit of an issue. I've already saved this, so don't save. Can I merge, maybe? What does it mean to merge? I don't know. I actually don't know what to do here. Because the problem is this is the primary thing. Let's try... I mean, I've saved this, so let's just toss this for now. Let's see what happens when I hit merge. So I'm just going to drop the probe body in. And then... Don't save. Can I merge my KSP Dune Pioneer? Where's my Dune Pioneer rover? Wait, where'd it go? Did I not save it? Ooh, oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. All right. Shoot. Okay. Back to this editor. We've made an oopsie, everybody. It's fine. It's a correctable oopsie, but it is an oopsie. All right. Unfortunate. We're going to have to redesign that real quick, but at least now, it won't take too long to redesign it because I know what I want to have it look like. I know what my end state looks like, so that will make everything faster. Right? So that's the probe. Scoot it in. Get the wheels going. I wish there was a way to reduce the total distance of the grid snap, you know. But it's fine. We'll just manually adjust this. Right there. That's good enough. Okay, electrical. Let's throw the batteries back on the bottom here. And we can tuck them up just a little bit. Okay. Science. We had the two mystery goos. And I had them kind of staged here in the back, which I thought looked good. We had the medium scanner arm. Kind of up here. We had some more electrical. We had the two rechargeable battery packs on the side here. And we scooted them in so that just the battery was visible. We had a solar panel. Just the single solar panel. And we put it right there. And we rotated it around. Like that. For comms, we had I guess I have to use angle snap here. We had a radio antenna on the back. We had the high gain antenna. This one I just placed here. And we rotated it. I didn't use angle snap that time, but that's okay. Because I'm going to scoot it off to the side a little bit. And I think we'll also rotate it ever so slightly up and push it down. Okay. We had the other experiments on the back. So we had temperature, pressure. Where is it? There it is. Pressure, accelerometer. I don't think we gave a crap about anything else, so we'll leave it at that. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? If you don't see you, I'm going out. What's the chat lag time? I turned it down as low as I could this time. So it should be like 15, 20 seconds. The problem is not that the chat itself is lagging. It's that I'm looking at my game on one screen, and on the other screen I have my streaming software, YouTube overlays, and the chat on the other screen. And if I'm looking at one, I'm not looking at the other. That's the issue, really. Okay, I think that's all she wrote for our rover. That's the rover right there. So we're going to make that a subassembly now. Probably should have done it this way. Should have done it this way from the beginning, but it's okay. Dune rover. Save. Switch editor. Let's go to the back, to the very back, to the beginning. Probidyne Octo at the bottom. Go back to our subassemblies. Dune aerobraking lander. Get rid of the extra Octo. Okay. Now we get the Dune rover. Oops. Do I need to give it a little fuel tank to attach to? Is that the problem? Does it need a little itty bitty fuel tank? I can put an Oscar B on this with no fuel, so it's just structural, right? All right. Why not two separate rockets? Because two separate rockets are for people who can't figure out how to put it in one rocket. Ah. And I'm not a coward. No, we're doing it in one rocket. The tricky part now is going to be getting it to connect. How about we start with... let's get this coupler back on. See, now this is some nonsense right here that I don't like dealing with, right? Like why doesn't this work? Why can't this work? Why does this refuse to work? Because I can attach it this way, I guess. But that comes with a whole host of problems. Least of which being, uh, you know, I'm going to drop it on its head, basically. Or on, in this case, on its butt. And I don't want to do that. After I've worked so hard to try and get it to fit inside this fairing, I would rather it just drop down nicely. Let's get this off to the side for a second. Maybe we take this whole thing off. Hear me out. We just pop that on there. Okay, so now this is here. Nope. Never mind. That doesn't work. Okay. Cool. What about... All right. Hold on. What about... Let's put this back for a second. Let's get the rover back in here. Bring me back the rover. Maybe I'm using the wrong attachment point. Let's go structural. Let's just throw a strut on here, shall we? Let's see how this looks. Okay. All right, Green Juno New Origins. Goodbye. It was nice to have you here. Appreciate you. Okay. Rotate this. Move it. Move this out of the way. All right. Now, what if we take a separator, right? Like the TS06 stack separator, that separator. And we try and so I can do that. But can I rotate this? Like, can I do this then? Can I cheat? And if so, how far can I cheat and get away with it? About that far. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's actually add the octagonal strut here and then the separator. Okay. So I have to attach it this way is the short answer. The only other thing I could do, right, is because it really wants to attach to this guy. So we could... All right, start over. Switch editors. Let's go back to the rover. Right. So here's our rover. But what if we rotated... What if we rotate this whole thing? Undo. What if we rotate this whole thing and we keep the angle consistent? 1, 2, Then we come out like this and down like this. Right? So now this is up here. Now we just need to make this a little bit more space efficient. The way I'm going to do that is we're actually going to push this over here and we're going to rotate this kind of around this way. Basically going to have this backwards. Actually, we might have to flip this. Let's flip this around for a second. Hold on. Kind of like that. Like that. Can I pack it in around that? This, okay, this should work. This should work. This should work. This should work. Let's bring this in a little bit. And then let's move this out a little bit. So this can relocate now to the front. Right there. And then we'll add some headlights. And I just want to make sure nothing's like poking into each other or anything crazy like that. This little guy can be moved. Let's just drop him. Let's drop all these down to the bottom. Like that. Okay. Okay, feel me? So now this whole thing should detach nice and easy. Let's go back to our sub-assemblies. Drop this whole thing. Dune rover. Save. Switch editor. Toss. Here we go. All right, Dune aero brake lander. Put that off to the side. Get rid of this. Now we just go for the separator. Just a regular T6 stack separator. Well, sorry. We need the strut. The strut. Octagonal strut. Then the separator. Then the guy. Look at that! It packs in. It packs in nicely now. Alright, well, it almost packs in nicely. So here's what we need to do. Right? We're just gonna... Can I zoom in? Can I grab it? Okay, I guess we'll have to do this the tricky way. To get it to fit under here now, we just have to adjust. Okay, too far forward. Just a smidge back. I think the wheels might just have to clip through. That might just be the reality of it, is they'll clip through. It's not going to break anything. It'll be fine. We are going to, for the sake of stability, we're going to add some structural supports, because this, I fear this will wobble. Now it shouldn't wobble. There we go. All right. All right. Should work. It should work now. You're sad? Why are you sad? Oop, no. Like that. Let's adjust this. There we go. Okay. I think she's ready. All right. So that's the bulk of it, and let's just make sure we've got everything squared away. So, drogue chutes, heat shield, engines, and last, the rover deploys. It all happens kind of in that order. There we go. All right. Now to stack it. So let's get the T25 decoupler here. That's going to sit right there. Now for the big fuel tank. We'll set that right there. We'll need some solar panels on this portion. No, I'm not gonna be able to fix it. To fix it, I would have to like reposition all the wheels. I mean, okay. All right, guy. You asked for it. Like that. There you go. I fixed it. The wheels are in. Your messages don't appear when you talk about your channel. No, so YouTube has an anti you can't like shout out your own stuff on other people's stuff. It considers it spam and blocks it. All right, here we go. Fairing time. Look at that. Fits nicely in there. Now we just need to put the rest together. So we're going to use a poodle. But I'm going to go with the single bell variant because I like it. It looks cool. We'll set those right there. And we'll need comms. For this, we'll use the Communitron. Like that. And I want to keep this kind of operational once it's in orbit. So we'll do the same thing we did before. Sort of. Put a Probidyne Octo. But here's the kicker. We're going to use the Advanced Reaction Wheel Large. Look at that. Put that on there. Look at that guy. Now that's going to give us a lot of command authority over this top portion. And then we just need some electrical, which will take the form of some batteries. Which I might be able to attach to the bottom of the fairing. It'd be funny if I could attach it to the bottom. I can attach it to the bottom of the fairing. So we'll stick these in here. This thing is this is buried. We'll call this the Dune Express. The Dune Pioneer bus, we'll call it. We'll make it a relay. Up and in. Any scientific instruments we want to include with this? We've done some of the magnetometer work. So I don't think so. I think this is just going to be a service module, basically. It'll have some relay ability. Does this have relay? No. We could put a relay on this. I don't think we need the huge relay dish, right? I don't think we need it. Because we have a relay at Duna. And theoretically, yeah, we have a relay at Duna. Theoretically, all the maneuvers and communications I need to make with this thing will have already been made. (61.2, 22.4, 61.2). So this is the same range. I guess that'd be the other option. Is we could stick this on it. It would look kind of silly, but it would give us an additional antenna, right? I just think it looks dumb, you know? We wouldn't need that. Can I get this in any closer? How does that look extended? That should be fine. I don't think that's going to cause any aero problems. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that going to cause an aerodynamics problem? Hope not. I don't think it will. And then for failsafe, I'm going to add 4 of the regular size ones as a failsafe to this in case I forget to deploy the solar panels or anything. Trying to make this dummy proof, which is going to be hard because this is not going to be an easy mission. All right. So we've got that much put together. It's the upper stage. Now let's add the bottom. So the core is going to be a mainsail. It's going to have to be just for the lifting requirements, I think. Engines, mainsail. All right, let's check our stagings real quick. So mainsail, poodle, fairing. Five, 2, 2, 1. 2, 5, 4, 8. Do we think that's going to be enough? Make it orange. Maybe we'll make it orange. We'll see. Hold on. So here's where I think we're going to need extra, right? Like this isn't going to be enough. It's got the thrust to weight ratio. But we're going to need more. So if we're going to need more, then let's add some more. Let's start with 2 side boosters, and we can scale it up from there, but I'm going to add 2 of these fuel tanks. With Bobcats. Where are they? There they are. Right there. And we're going to add my favorite fuel tank, the FLC-1000. Everybody's favorite fuel tank. Rotate this into place. Okay. All right, thrust weight ratio initial 1.16. How about after this? We might not. Hold on. Let's ditch the additional stage, I guess. Shoot. Um. There we go. Yeah, okay. What's the thrust weight ratio? 1.3. 1.3 we can work with. All right. You wanted it orange? We'll make it orange. All right, what do we think? Dune Pioneer. Do we think it'll make it? Where it's 106,000 for this mission. The science we get out of this better be worth it, because we're putting a lot of money down on this. I hope it doesn't screw up. All right, launch it. Stop second guessing myself. It's time to go. Hopefully this doesn't explode. Cheap. Nah, man. Shit's expensive. I think the payout for this mission, if we succeed, is going to be like 300,000 or 400,000. So it's a 25%. 25% of the profit is going into the ship. It's not terrible, but this is the largest rocket I have launched so far in this playthrough. This is a big rocket. And I forgot to put struts on the boosters. Hold on. Those boosters look a little wiggly to me. Let's throw some struts on them. Hold them together. Otherwise, it's going to like eat itself. Yeah, immediately you can see something's wrong there. That's fixed. That's a quick fix though. Let's go. We'll put a couple high up. Like here. And then a couple low. Quick fix. Easy fix. I could put launch clamps on it, but I'm not gonna bother. Not this time. Not this time. This time we're just gonna go. Launch clamps are good if you're actually worried about the stability of it while it's sitting there, or if you've got some weird designs. Did I test the descent? No, I did not test the descent. I checked that the thrust to weight ratio of the verniers would be sufficient, and it is. So we'll have about a 6-to-1 thrust to weight ratio of our descent stage. I know that I'm very confident in our heat shield being able to survive, and I'm very confident we have enough fuel for the descent because we have like 2,000 meters per second. So I'm not too worried about the descent. On paper, it all works. And we're not going to get you don't get second shots of this. So we're just going to go for it. Let's go ahead and start pitching. So far, so good. Everything looks to be going about the way I'd expect it to. The mainsail actually has a higher thrust weight ratio without the boosters. The boosters are just extra fuel. And a little bit of extra thrust to keep that fuel up. That's all those are doing. Okay, so far everything's looking about right. Not quite ready to point for prograde yet. No, 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 no. Yeah, that cost us some speed. We might have to revert. We might have to revert. Will the second stage do the transducer injection? Yes. On paper, it should be the one to do that. Let's go prograde. We should still have enough delta V to get into orbit on this stage, at least most of the way into orbit. I'm not going to scrub the mission just yet. I think we can still make it. I'll have a better idea once we're up in orbit. Okay. Yeah, it looks like first stage is still going to get us there. I'm going to throttle way down, about a 0.65 thrust to weight ratio, which is plenty sufficient. We're almost out of the atmosphere now, so I can deploy the fairing here shortly. Take this down like a 0.2. Basically, minimum thrust on the mainsail engine. Fairing's gone. I'll take this moment to extend my solar panels and extend this antenna so I don't have to worry about that later. We've got 400 meters per second of delta V about left. No sticky keys. What's periapsis at? Just under. Okay, so that gets us to orbit. Okay, we have 2,622 meters per second on our cruise stage here, which is good. We'll have enough. We will have enough to do this. That's good. So here's my idea. We do this in two parts. This stage has 2,622 meters per second of delta V with the whole vehicle. It'll have less by the time we have our intercept with Duna. We'll use this stage to get on our final approach to Duna and get it nice and low in the atmosphere, probably about a 30 or 20 kilometers up periapsis. Deploy the heat shield, use the heat shield to decelerate through the atmosphere with this. After we deploy this, and we'll deploy this with enough, sufficiently high enough or far enough away that I can use this stage to get itself into orbit to the best of my ability. That's the idea, at least. Is we'll get this into orbit as this is on its descent course, and we'll switch between the two vehicles. So the end state, this is flying towards the ground, and this is in a stable orbit around Duna. That's the goal. Let's take a look at Duna. Duna's way up here. Set it as the target. I'm going to do a planned burn. Not just going to burn for Jesus here. We're going to actually make a maneuver. This maneuver will be in 14 minutes. All right. Let's zoom out and burn. And that's an intercept right there. Costs 1,200. So we are in the window for an intercept. When will this be? Duna encounter in T minus 193 days. It's not terrible, actually. Okay, let's warp to the node. We got lots of electricity storage on this craft, which is good. Let's go stability assist. Point on the burn vector. It is a 2-minute long burn. We'll start it at 1 minute and 15 seconds and go from there. Yeah, Clocky Clock, what you're saying about using the assist and attaching it days before, that's kind of what I have in mind. All right, that's the burn beginning. Wrong button. There we go. Gonna use time warp for this. Yeah, what you said is basically what I have in mind. More or less. Okay, I think we just missed our Duna encounter there. I'm going to flip retrograde. I'm going to do this next part manually. I'm going to put a big old thrust limiter on this. No. All right. Let's try normal. Let's see if we can get a little closer. We're going to do some adjustments manually here. To see if we can't with just a little bit of fuel early on. See if we can't adjust this some. There we go. That's our periapsis coming up. Here is our Dune Voyager, which is going to act like a relay satellite. And it's going to keep us in comms. And between the Dune Voyager and the bus, we should have sufficient comms for the lander. Okay, let's go radial out, I believe would be the next direction to burn in. To push it in this way. Yeah, there we go. Radial out. And then we'll see where this gets us. We definitely want to land on the daylight side of Duna, which is actually going to put us kind of in a retrograde orbit, but that's okay. All right, let's go back to normal. Sticky keys are my worst enemy. It's killing me, dude. It's killing me. All right, that looks pretty good right there. 1,200 meters per second left should be enough to make any final adjustments we need to. The cool thing about the way I've set up these engines is I can use these engines as orbital thrusters as well. I can activate them in advance. All right. I'm going to quick save. Save early. And let's time warp, shall we? All right, so we are 20 days into our run. And our Duna Pioneer has made contact with the Duna Voyager, which is great. Now, the good news is I will never lose comms coverage due to range. Even if we get into some weird situation, I should have continuous communications coverage for this whole mission. I think the only issue we're running into is electricity, but we can adjust that very, very simply by just keeping those solar panels pointed that way. There we go. All right. Now we're going to pause here. We're going to switch over to our orbital lab because we've been flying for a couple of days here. And Research Station Omega probably has some science that's ready to download. And I want to try and keep this station, operational. I don't want to forget it for a while and then lose out on some research. So we're going to come back to it. We're going to transmit. It should be relatively quick. Yep, they are full up on science, which is great. Let's stop research, transmit science. You should be able to do it in one orbit. There we go, 499 science accomplished. We'll have them start research, and we will go back to zoom all the way out to the Duna Pioneer. Okay. And we'll continue our voyage. We're 153 days into the flight. Dune encounter happens in 41 days, so we are closing in on it as we get closer and closer here. Okay. So now periapsis happens in 1 day and 1 hour. Quick save. Save, overwrite. All right. So here we go. We're going to separate our bus. So now the bus is flying separate from us. And we are going to need to use these engines. So I'm going to move these down in the staging order. There we go. We're going to activate them. And I'm going to burn retrograde to our orbit. Slow us down a little bit. And bring us in. Maybe radial in will be more efficient, actually. We just point towards the planet. Yeah, that's more efficient. Okay. We're going to bring this guy in. Target a 30 kilometer 30 kilometer periapsis. Now, Duna Pioneer is 4 kilometers ahead of us. Because we burned retrograde, we've slowed down a little bit. And we should see, yes, there's our other vessel. Skipping on ahead of us. And we should, I don't know why I can't see it. Is it debris? I should be able to select it. But I don't see anything there. It's got comm signals, right? So it should be controllable. Is it not controllable? Hold on. Let's go back to the Space Center real quick. It's getting signal. And if it's getting signal, that implies it's controllable. It should still have electrical power. We've got solar panels on it. We gave it an antenna, and we gave it a command disk. So unless I'm stupid, which is possible, unless I'm stupid, it should be flyable. The game may have glitched out. Let's go to the Space Tracking Center and see if we can see it from there. It's very possible. Tracking station. Now, what's cool about the game is, aside from the loading screens, everything is still running. Like, this is happening real time. Time is passing. And I do actually like that about Kerbal Space Program, is that time is passing here. Well, now I don't see any of my ships. What the heck? Okay, so my ships see each other. KSP Duna Voyager sees both of my ships right here. They have command disks on them, and power, and antennas. So why aren't they showing up? Are they in the list? Hold on. Let me hide the debris real quick. Duna Pioneer. Can I select them from the list? Let me get rid of flags, unknowns, sites. Duna Pioneer 1. Okay, there we go. They're in the list. So that's Duna Pioneer 1, and that's... Oh, is it because they have the same name? Is that causing it to glitch out? That'd be silly if it was. Have you seen my channel? Yes, I did. I took a look at your channel yesterday. You got some pretty cool stuff there, dude. You should keep it up. If you want to share, like, send me a specific video, you can't do it in the live stream chat. But if you're a member of my Discord, you can post it there and I'll see it. All right, we found our spacecraft. They're not lost, which is good because that would have been really frustrating. There they are. Okay, Duna Pioneer 1 and Duna Pioneer 1 again. Can I rename you somehow? Can I find the command disk? Is there a way how to select command disk in KSP if hidden? Okay, that's cool. So I can't. That's fine. Anyway, let's move on. So he should reach periapsis a few hours before his buddy does, which I now can't see his buddy. That's great. In the meantime, we have 3,000 meters per second of delta V. Let's see if we can't do something with that. Radial out. Okay, got it. So let's go stability assist. And I want to burn kind of this way. I'm trying to change the rate at which I fall. And also kill off some of my orbital velocity. So that this way, I'll have extra time while the lander is landing to get into orbit. And basically, the lander is going to land before I actually get a chance to finish my burn. That's the idea, at least. So I've really slowed down my orbital velocity. And we'll slow it down some more. Burn retrograde here. Is this the most efficient thing? No, but this is also just space junk that I'm repurposing. So I don't care as much. If that makes sense. Like, obviously, the most efficient orbital insertion burn is at periapsis. But I would rather... There we go. I'd rather get to that point. Right there. Now, I've still got 1284 meters per second of delta V. And I can't find the guy. So we're going to have to go back to the tracking center to find him. Of course. How do you gain... Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. How do I gain XP? So if you're gaining XP in Kerbal Space Program for your Kerbal knots, they need to orbit other planets, land on other planets, plant flags. Those things count towards gaining XP. Specifically planting flags. Because like the Kerbal planting the flag is like the game saying, all right, this Kerbal has made it to the planet. And that's kind of how it credits you with the XP. Let's look at mission control real quick. So this is paying out a little over 250. And this one's paying out a little over 120. So almost 400. Yeah, so we're about a quarter of our cost is going into the rocket. That sounds about right. Let's go to... Is that the mission rover? Yes. This mission that we're flying right now is the rover. We're landing it on Dune. That's the plan, at least. Now, the real challenge is, you know, on a normal, like, moon landing, I would get to pick my landing zone and find a good spot. Here, it's kind of a big unknown. I'm coming in hot and fast through the atmosphere, and I'm making a bunch of guesstimations, but I don't really know where this thing's going to fall out. I have a little bit of control over it with my vernier thrusters, but not as much as I'd like, if that makes sense. So we're going to have to be quick and pick a landing site and then burn towards it once the drogues have fully deployed and the heat shield's gone and we're on descent. So here is our guy, right? Electric charge. We have electric charge. That's good. Let's point retrograde. I'm going to extend a solar panel because I want to top off my battery here before we make impact. So we'll extend both of these. And wait till we're about full charge before we retract them. "28 minutes. We'll keep them out till we're close. All right, that's close enough. Let's button up the solar panels. And let's inflate the heat shield. All right, I'm going to save. Just in case I screw anything up crazy here, or if in case the game glitches out. Hopefully we have enough attitude control on this thing to make it work. I certainly hope so. And no sense waiting around for it. It's time to hit atmosphere. So here we go. Looks like we're coming in under the top portions of the atmosphere here. So far, so good. Attitude control is able to keep it together here. I don't want to time warp too much. Why don't I do missions like this in Juno New Origins? I did a mission similar to this in Juno once. A long time ago. Specifically, why not this specific setup? There's no inflatable heat shield in Juno New Origins, which is a shame. There is a customizable heat shield part, so I could do something similar, but it would be a little bit more streamlined. I have done a lot of missions that are similar to this. All right, so we're in orbit. We've been captured. We have not yet deorbited. Heat shield's hot, but holding. And I think we're on the way out now. Yeah, we are outward bound. We may... Oh, looks like we're going to get captured. Looks like we're going to get captured still. We got a great comm signal from the Dune of Voyager, and as long as we don't land too far over here, we're going to keep that comm signal, which is awesome. Looks like most of the heating is past. We're still pretty high up. I'm going to wait till we're past apoapsis and on descent before we change anything right now, though. Let's go. Surface velocity is looking pretty good. 780 and decelerating. So the capture was good. That's the first piece of good news we got. Capture was good. We're still decelerating. Still in kind of the thin portions of the atmosphere. We are coming down into the atmosphere a little bit. Early for the drogue chutes to come out. So we're going to wait. And we are descending. All right. We can deploy the drogue chutes. I'm going to wait a little longer. Well, wait till we're about 20, 15 or 20. I'm not worried about losing comms. Dune of Voyager is right there, keeping us linked up. All right, here comes 20. Drogue chutes are armed. If I adjust one, do they all adjust? No. Let me adjust them all. I'm going to bring them up to 3,000 while we wait. We're at 11,000 meters and falling. The drogue chutes are armed. I'm going to wait for them to deploy, and then we'll drop the heat shield. We're slowing down nicely. We're at 190 meters per second. And I think the heat shield is acting kind of like a parachute in its own right. It's just so blunt and large that it's slowing us down. Even in Duna's very thin atmosphere. We'll go ahead and time warp a little bit here. All right, drogue chutes have deployed. Drogue chutes were not enough. Okay, so I panicked a little bit there and burned a little bit more than I needed to, but that's okay. So we're coming down now. And I want to control my descent rate. It's not going to take a lot of thrust to arrest our descent, which is good. The drogue chutes weren't even enough. We actually probably should have waited until about here. But it's okay. It didn't damage anything. The rover actually absorbed the impact. We're 2,000 meters up, descending at a rate of 60 meters per second and slowing down under the parachutes. So these vernier engines, all they have to do is suspend our fall. So we're going to start here at 700 meters. Just keep low thrust here. And then we'll deploy the rover, lift off. And I want to basically land on the rover almost and deploy it. Turn the lights on. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. Ah, shoot. All right, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It's going to be like watching a fat guy try to get out of bed. Hold on. Maybe we can recover this. No. All right. So that's unfortunate. But that's why we saved there at the very end. Because I knew that was possibly going to happen. Okay. This mission works as designed. We saved. This mission works as designed. What I did wrong is I had the thing set to retrograde and I had it stay on retrograde, which was wrong. I should have shifted it to just stability assist there at the end, because then the rover, as the retrograde vector starts to swing because we have very little velocity left and it tries to chase that velocity, then the rover or the lander started swinging to chase it, which made the retrograde vector change more because we were turning, and it just lost control. So we'll go back to a retrograde orientation. It was able to control it for this portion of the flight without too much issue. Aim up. Yeah, so it started getting all wonky. Instead, what I should have done is let the just put it on stability assist normal and let it bring me down, and just aimed it at the ground basically. All right, so we did the reentry. And let's slow ourselves down here. We're still slowing down in the atmosphere. Same as before. All the same as before. I'm going to adjust my drogue chutes again. We're going to have them open at 5,000. Or inflate at 5,000. To try and just do that earlier. So that'll be fine. But we proved everything else on the rover, as it's currently built, works as designed. We just kind of goofed it there at the end. So remember to take it from retrograde to stability assist before we land. And we should be fine. Okay. Drogue chutes are armed. And we are descending. Those drogue chutes should pop out here shortly. There they go. And they open. Okay. Gear and lights. Now, here's the time where we cancel out any more lateral velocity we might have. And we switch to stability assist. Looks like looks like the heat shield survived. Nope, it destroyed itself. That's fun. We are aiming up. All right, it's coming down now. Last staging device is the separator there, which should release the rover. $90 meters, 80. Let's slow down to about 5 meters per second here. All right, The rover is away, and it looks like it has landed safely on the ground. So now it's just a matter of landing this. And we're down! And we're down! All right, let's switch to the rover real quick because it's already rolling around here. Now, see, this thing moves around as intended. Let's turn the wheel authority on this way down here and see if we can't shake that off. I'm going to extend the antenna and extend the solar panels and apply the brakes. We're not going to do anything until it's daylight. But before our batteries run out while we're sitting here idling on the ground, I am going to make sure that when the sun comes back up, we still have electricity to work with. So it's on the ground. It's deployed. We've got plenty of battery on this. We got plenty of battery on this too. We'll turn its lights off. Keep the lander's lights on. And that's a landing, right? So one, we've completed the first contract, which is to land on Dune. Let's start with some temperature surveys. And you know, I did miss out, unfortunately. I could have done temperature and pressure surveys from high up in the atmosphere, which is a bit of a bummer. It's a missed opportunity. But it's okay. It's okay. Let's transmit that. So we've completed both contracts. Let's log seismic data. Transmit that off. I didn't bring any mystery goo on this because the mystery goo's over there, but we'll do the materials study. Transmit that off. Yep, transmit it. Run an analysis on the Dune lowlands. Run atmospheric analysis. Transmit that off. See what the atmosphere of Dune is made of. We're learning a lot right now. We are learning so much right now. One, our science has gone up to 938, which is great. Gas abundance, carbon dioxide, primarily nitrogen, argon, very little oxygen, very little helium-4, helium-3, and nitrogen-15. Interesting. So that's good to know. And that's about it as far as data goes. We can switch over to our rover buddy. Observe the mystery goo. You observe the goo. Excellent. Transmit the data. Yep, transmit it. Excellent. And boom. So we're now at 1,000 science. Just from this mission, we've gone to 1,000 science. And we haven't even started on the real expedition, right? Because we have a rover, and there's more out here to explore. So, word landed. Let's let time warp a little bit here. Come around to a new day, and thankfully, it's not quite synchronous. However, this satellite is going to stay with us for a long time, and we also have our other satellite here to give us coverage. And boom, it's a new day. All right. It's a new day on Dune's surface. Let's let the brakes go and start exploring properly. There we go. Hold on, let me try and get this stack separator off of us. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. All right, the debris is off. Let's see what we can find. So our rover is here. Ooh, look, there's something right there. There's something right there. Let's go explore it. I see a thing. I see a thing, and I'm gonna scan it. Now, this rover, you may notice, behaves a lot more like you would expect a rover to behave. Like it drives, it has suspension that's normal. I can still flip it if I'm not careful, and I need to be careful. But that's because the in situ building mechanics of this game are buggy and broken. Rovers themselves actually behave most of the time just fine. Yeah. Does it start off with like $0 infinite money? So I had like 10 grand to my name, which is just enough to finish the first contract, basically, plus a little extra in case I screw up. And we're gonna have to tweak these rover settings. Okay. Can I scan that? Scan blueberries? I don't think those are blueberries, dude. Oh, hopefully I have enough energy to finish the scan. My solar panel's up there collecting, but I didn't actually check to see if I had enough electricity for this. Ooh, just enough. Blueberries analysis from Dune surface. How these formed is still a mystery to scientists back on Kerbal. Do they have any relationship to the pancake domes on Eve, or is that just a galactic and gastronomical mystery we have yet to solve? Who knows where we may find an elusive syrup sample. I'm going to hold on to that for now. And I'm going to set the braking force on these wheels to like the max. And then the braking force on these guys to a lot lower. All right, where to next? I say we just keep going. This rover does not need to stay near the lander. There's no reason for it to stay near the lander. It's fully self-sufficient. Is it sunrise? Yes, it is. There's the sun. My solar panels automatically point towards it, which is convenient. I don't think there's any real danger in accelerating here. The terrain's pretty soft and rolling. I don't know. Let's just see how far we can take this rover at this point. You know, let's just get out there. Let's get out there and explore. I'm going to tap the brakes a little bit though. Tap the brakes, tap the brakes, tap the brakes, tap the brakes. Tap, tap the brakes. Tap the brakes. I don't want to be going too fast here. So there's another feature right there to scan. We are in shadow right here. No. Oh, hold on. No. No. Load save. No. Okay. No. No. We will do that whole reentry a second time. No. I got greedy with the time warp. We're not doing that. No. Just roll it. Complete and utter catastrophic destruction. Okay. Time warp. Retrograde. Do it. Yeah, we're going back. Screw that. We're going back. I do it. Doing it all again. Actually, you know, on the plus side, keep that. We're going to be up here for a little bit. So let's remember to log temperature, pressure, all that data, all that sweet, sweet data up here. We can do all those experiments up here. So we don't miss out on that. Yeah, LOL. Of course. I mean, it wouldn't be Kerbal Space Program without hilariously failing at some point. We're going to do everything exactly the same as we did before because the mission was good. The mission plan was good. It was a good plan. It was well executed up until that one fatal mistake. And we're just going to fall down nice and gentle here. Hello, cat. Hello, cat. Am I going to have enough time to pick you up? Oh, before this thing comes down? Will you purr into the microphone again? You're just all curled up? Yeah? What do you want? What do you want? You're not saying anything. Drogue chutes activated. Okay, I'll put you down. Down you go. I get untangled from my headphone cord. There we go. All right, everything is the same. Everything is exactly the same. This last part we do real time. Okay, stability assist. And we'll fall on the drogue chutes for a little bit more. Lights, gear. Look at that little rover, ready to go. All right. Show the cat. I still don't have a camera set up for that. Maybe one day. There is a cat. There was a cat. The cat just left. It wanted some attention. All right. Nice and easy down. There's the heat shield blowing up. That's fine. You know, I guess I could have put these lander legs like way lower. And then I don't even have to like do a separate landing. I could have just landed, let the rover out, drove the rover out from under the lander, and that would have worked. But, oh well. Missed opportunity. Let's throttle up a little bit here. 20, 18, 17, 16. Bring it down. Bring it back up. Get up to about, or get down to about 10 meters per second. Try and cancel out some of that lateral. There we go. Holding a solid 10 meters per second. Descent rate, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Throttle up. Rover deployed. To 2.1, 2.0, 1.9, 1.8. Touchdown. Swap back over to the rover. Apply the brakes. Turn the lights off. Let it come to a stop. Extend the solar panel. Extend the high gain. Okay. Swap back to the main craft. Extend the solar panels. Big deep breath in. All right, I'm not going to quick save load again if I break the rover. This time we're going to be careful. We're going to be careful with the rover. We're not going to time warp with the rover. Unless it's like really flat and we're going real slow. I'm not time warping with the rover. We could probably set some drive limiters on the wheels to like cap out its max speed. That would probably be smart. Electric charge. Wait for sunrise. Come on, give me some sunrise. There we go. There's some sunrise. All right, we got sun. Let's transmit the upper. Oh, we already collected this one. That's right, because we sent the probe through. Reset that experiment. I guess this one also. Yeah, because we sent a probe through the upper atmosphere. This one we can transmit. And that's going to take some time. In the meantime, log, we can keep that. Conduct, keep that for now. Run analysis. Log, keep. Log, keep. We'll wait until that's done before transmitting anything else. I guess, actually, we can just transmit it. Never mind. Yeah, it'll just add it to the queue. And we got a high enough bandwidth system here. We should be able to do that just fine. Maybe not. Maybe we're going to run out. Well, yeah, we ran out. Okay, now it's out. 879. Did I miss anything? Okay, let's record that. That one's off. This one didn't get off. Transmit this one. Yes. That one got off. Okay, so it was just the Science Junior. There, that's off. 938. Switch to our rover buddy, who we are going to be careful with this time. He's got a full battery. That's great. Let's observe one of the goos. Transmit that off for 20 science. And that's done. All right, so traction control. Let's bring that drive limiter down to like 30 flat. Yep, and both of those are done. Traction control, again, down to like 30 flat. There we go. This wheel authority, bring it way down. All right, disengage the brakes. And we can roll on. All right, let's resume where we left off. And just as a reminder, I have this wheel up here. Let's bring it up a little bit. I have this wheel up here to help keep me lined up. And you can see I can use Q and E to roll it. So in the event that I'm about to roll over, I should be able to quickly compensate and push the wheels back down. Let's also bring the brakes up all the way in the back here. Maybe not all the way. Maybe like 150. There we go. That's more reasonable. Okay. I think we've got the rover fine-tuned now for our expeditions. Scan the blueberries again. We got a full charge. This one we can transmit off just fine. Okay, now we wanted to continue downhill. I still think that's the right direction to head in. We're just going to do it a little bit more cautiously. Yeah, all right. So we're doing 5 meters per second. 5 meters per second we can manage. 5 meters per second I'm not worried about. And while we roll, our solar panel is charging us back up. And we'll see how far we can get away from our probe. Whopping 5 meters per second here. I think those are blueberries as well. Those were blueberries back there. Looking for a big rock or something. Something big, something exciting to scan. Like whatever that is. That looks big and exciting. Okay. Let's slow down. Let's turn. And let's accelerate. Toggle torque. Let's get up this hill. I see some stuff to be scanned, gentlemen. I see some stuff to be scanned. Our little rover's getting closer. I think that's a Dune stone. I don't know if we can actually scan that, actually. Let's find out. I can. Scan Dune stone. I will scan everything I can find. Everything's getting scanned, baby. Rocks, the dirt, all of it's getting scanned. My little rover. Look at that little rover arm. Look how cute he is. Look how cute he is. He's a good rover. Geologists on Kerbal hope to determine much from just a chunk of rock, including the most important question, was there life on Dune, and if so, how many shapes did it come in? We've collected most, but not all of the scientific data available from this element. That brings us up to 1,054 units of science. How many hours do you plan on the stream? Well, we've gone a little long. We're at 7. I was planning on doing 2 today, but this has gone long just because we finally were able to get this Duna mission to happen. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to keep going or take a break and do a short one after. I will either take a break. What time is it for me? It's 6:20. I need to get dinner here at some point soon. I've got some chicken in the fridge that I need to heat up. And some Brussels sprouts I'm going to have with it. You guys should be eating protein and vegetables, by the way. It's good for you. Yeah, I'll probably be back on around 7:30. We'll scan this last feature over here, and then we'll probably call it good. As long as I can keep up a charge. What's nice is that even while I'm under full acceleration here with my probe, like fully pressing down on the forwards key, I'm still maintaining a positive charge, trickle charge with the solar panel. So I'm keeping the batteries topped off. Oh, hello. The cat's meowing. Can you guys hear that? What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? She wants attention. All right, she wants me to have dinner too, so we're going to scan this bad boy. We're going to have to stop and charge because my levels here are a little low. Let's get up to it. Scan sand dune. Well, we'll do that here in a moment. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. What was that? Was that physics time warp? All right. I got scared for a second there. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to lose the rover. We've gone 2 kilometers so far, which is not very far. But there's a visible separation between our rover and the lander, so that's nice. All right, scan the sand dune. $192. Dune scanned. All right. Dune scan from Duna's surface. Duna's thin winds carry this fine sand in huge storms, leaving these dunes behind in deposits all over the planet. Amazing for your scientists. Terrible to try to get out of your bathing suit, though. Let's transmit. And that brings us up to a whopping 1342 science total collected. Absolutely worth bringing the extra rover on this mission. And anyone who said to send it on 2 rockets, you were wrong. I was right. And that's all I have to say about that. There's another large feature over there. That might be another sand dune. But I'm not too worried about missing geological features. I would actually love to take this rover long distance. Maybe come up here on these mountains. And, like, you know, really take it out there for a spin. I don't think there's any other science. No, we're in the Midlands. But if we could get this to other biomes, it would take some time, but, you know, we could really milk the science out of this rover and get a lot out of it. A lot of mileage out of this mission. As it stands, the mission was well worth it. We have tons of new science and quite a bit of money. Certainly enough to pay for the mission. Who was right? I was right. I was right to try and do it both vehicles in one piece. It would be cool to try and do the same mission to Eve. Eve has a very thick atmosphere, so we would be able to absolutely land on Eve and deploy a rover to run around. We're at 1,600,000. I'm not doing this anymore. We're not doing this kind of contract. This one would almost be worth it, except a mobile processing lab, a cupola, and 12 Kerbals is a massive station. And it would cost more than it pays to actually build and launch something of that size. Because here's the deal. The station must be fully assembled when launched. So it's a huge ask to get something like that up. Send a Kerbal engineer up to repair a satellite in orbit. Attach a new part to a satellite in orbit. These guys would pay a decent chunk of change just to fly by the moon. That might not be a terrible mission to take. This one pays pretty well. Recover this part from moon orbit. And this guy wants to orbit the moon, so we could do those in the same mission. Was there anything else around the moon? I don't think so. We still have this contract out. This contract will get completed eventually. And I guess I have to launch a new... No. Oh, do I need to have it around the sun? Why is this contract not auto-populating? Hold on. Space Tracking Center. What? What? What is... Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, little cat. Come here. This is my little cat. Are you going to purr into the mic? Yeah. Do a plane on Eve? We could. The cat strikes again. She's like, get off. It's time to get off. Settle down. Settle down for 1 second. Oh, you know what? Is it because it's out of comms? No, it's in comms. All right, hold on. Switch to this guy for a second. Meow! Can you guys hear her meow? She just wants me to rub her belly. She just wants me to rub her belly. Yeah, I just want your belly rub. Oh, now you're firm down. Okay. Yeah, and as soon as I let go, you start meowing again. You start meowing again. All right. You would need propellers. We could do something like that. It's not. It's definitely not a no. Do I need to be in a different orbit for this contract? Oh, I do. I do need to be in a different orbit. Okay. I need to be lower. Well, I've got fuel. Oh. I guess that was good enough. That's all it took? I thought I was going to have to go around. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Easy peasy. We still haven't found the 3 comets. We found 2. Where's the second comet? Here it is. Let's track this guy. Make this a tracked object. Hi. Oh yeah. Oh, some chin scratches. Don't bite me. I'm giving you what you want. Don't bite me. I think she wants to play. Her name is Kona, and she has so much energy. She's not really a kitten anymore, but she still has kitten energy going. And then sometimes she's nice and calm, but when she plays hard. Do you want me to wrap this little slap bracelet around you? Nope. Doesn't even let me get close. All right, so this is our new comet. I think it's outward bound. There it is. Teffield 1. So we have Teffield 1 and we have Bobley 1. Kona with a K, not Kona with a C. Understandable confusion there. All right, we're almost at 2 mil. We've got another Kerman that needs to be rescued. I can't accept this contract. Not gonna do that. Oh, here's another asteroid mapping one. Well, you know, while we're at it, cats like socks. Yeah, she's stolen a couple socks from me. I have found socks under the couch that definitely weren't me who put them there. What new orbit do I need to get my satellite into? Just slightly lower again? Okay. Just wants me to keep getting lower and lower. We can do that. We can certainly do that. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. Go back to a retrograde orientation. Already in a retrograde orientation. Perfect. And how far down do I need to take this? Oh, I literally just needed to pilot it. And that's all it took. But I'm out of comms. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Even though I can't control it, it still is mapping them for me. Well, that's good. So that's like another 100,000. Do a gravity assist. I've done a couple of gravity assists. I did a gravity assist earlier this stream with the, or not this stream. I guess it was last stream. I did one with the moon. Coming back from Minmus, I saved myself about 100 meters per second in Delta V by doing a flyby of the moon, and then it kicked me out into a lower orbit. For planes on Eve, you need propellers. Yeah, propellers would make sense. I probably should figure out how the propellers work in this game, because I don't understand how propellers work in this game. I could try making a little gyrocopter maybe for the Eve mission. Another 10 asteroids. Test the J90 Goliath turbofan. That's kind of fun. Return a sample from Comet T field. We're a little ways from that. Although these missions are giving me about 220 every time I accept them. I keep saying I'm going to end the live stream, but then another option to get, free money shows up. I'm like, well, I could do one more. I could do one more. Let's fly KSP Overwatch again. I think my orbit's already close enough. Should be close enough. If we do a mission to Eve, I'm going to deploy a couple of satellites as well as the lander. So we'll do a similar lander when we do our mission to Eve, like our proper mission to Eve. One thing I'm going to add is a couple of comsats to it. Gilly lander? Which one's Gilly? I don't remember which one Gilly is. Is Gilly one of the Jool moons? Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Boom. All right, I wish I could just accept contracts from the map view because I'm... Eve's moon? Eve has a moon? Gilly? I know Moho is the farthest down. It's Eve's. Look, man, I play KSP. I've played KSP, I mean, quite a bit now, obviously. But really, Juno New Origins is my space simulator of choice most of the time. So I'm a little new to some of the planet names. Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm learning. I'm getting better. I'm way better at KSP now than I was when I started doing this streaming series. We're way better. We've made so many improvements to our skills. We are more skilled now. And we're at 200 million. All right. I don't see any more. Oh, no. there it is again. 1 million and 1.5. We have to do that. We have to do this one. We straight up have to do this one. This one is worth 2.5 million. You guys hearing me? 2.5 million. I don't care if I have to launch 5 satellites for this one. Dang, that's a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Finally, somebody is paying me actual money. This is the jackpot we needed. We do this mission, we upgrade our R&D center, and then we have all the science we need. We can start going after some crazy stuff in the live stream later tonight. We can do some crazy stuff, guys. Who paid you? That's a good question. What company is paying me for this? This $2.5 million asteroid mapping? It's the only thing that's really different. 14 asteroids threatening Kerbal with an inclination greater than 11. Okay. So it's looking for out-of-plane asteroids. We'll see how hard this one is. We found one. Oh, okay. So it's looking for out-of-plane, like way out of plane. All right. This one is going to take a little bit of time, I think, to map. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, look at that guy. Way up there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. One more. 14. We have almost 5 million now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it. We have the money. We got the moolah. All from a satellite we launched almost 2 years ago. Dang. Dang. I didn't know asteroid mapping was such a lucrative business. Holy cow. All right. Well, let's upgrade the R&D center. All right, that was worth every second. Research and development is fully upgraded. We have 1 million. We have quite a bit more. So we're going to do a couple upgrades here. That's it. We're going to upgrade. Runway is now level 3. Administration center is level 2. I think our mission control would be the next one to upgrade. But that contract alone got us a long, long way. So we have access to all. So yeah, we can unlock everything now. I know it's late. All right, we're gonna be quick. We've got 1,000 science to work with. The twin bore is available here, and then the aluminum hybrid rocket engine is also available here. That alone is kind of worth it. We can also get the advanced mobile processing lab. Well, when will I have dinner? As soon as I finish. I promise. Phased array transceivers. Okay, so this is like our power generation stuff. There's some really advanced things. Thermal solar beamed power dish. And then we also have solar sails we could start messing around with. Higher efficiency propulsion. So the Skiff, the Rutherford, and the Wolfhound become available. Those are huge. I didn't forget. We just got caught up in the moment. So I think we need... One thing we're definitely going to need is this one. Because this is going to let us go out to the outer solar system. Um, and then I want to get this one here. Because then we can start doing. So these, there's the Convertitron and the Convertitron 250. These will let us start doing in situ resource utilization, ISRU. But then the modded ones, there's the aluminum locks fabricator, and we can add that to the aluminum hybrid rocket engine. Hybrid rocket uses a combination of solid fuel liquid oxidizer, better performance than solid fuel boosters, and can be shut down, but still performs poorly compared to liquid fueled rockets. And both of these can be extracted from Regulus, so we could use this to make a basically infinitely flyable rocket for like the moon or Mimas. So that's a whole thing. But I think I need this, because that gives me the communitrons. And I'd kind of like to do that one, but actually I need to do this one. So this gives me resource utilization. It gives me the large scanning arm. It gives me the deployable ionographer. And it gives me the negative gravioli gravmax detector, which is pretty cool. So we're going to do those. And I'm going to end the live stream here. When we get to the nuclear things, probably the next live stream. We've unlocked the tech, right? We have the nuclear tech. Nuclear propulsion's been unlocked. So we have the Nerva solid core fission engine. And there's a slightly lighter, slightly better one that we could unlock after. That's an option. So very soon, probably the live stream later tonight. But I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching with me so far. This was a crazy stream. We got a lot accomplished. Look at that research and development center. Look at that R&D. Look at all those buildings. That's great. So you guys have a good one, and I will see you in the next live stream. Take care, everyone.